everybody, my name is Frankie McDonald. You're listening to SimpCast with Chrissie Mayr. I'm Frankie McDonald.
Aqui, tinamo kikirani, tsai shavakirani, tsai makikirani. I want my winner, I want my winner.
I want my baby back, Chili, baby back, ready.
Caller, this is calls for Ayala. Hi. So.
Hey, do you remember me?
Who's this?
Nick.
No.
Last name Gers.
Nick Gers. I don't know names. I don't even remember my mom's name.
Say it again.
If you even tell me you're my mom, I wouldn't remember her name. Like, I'm really bad with names. How do you look?
When you say my name again, I don't even know if you heard me right.
Nick Gers.
Thank you.
Why? Why do you have to call in like that? Why do you have to call in like that? That's not a good caller. It's a horrible, horrible caller. I'm going to play you a little song.
Nick Gers!
Oh, Nick.
Me Chinese, me play jokes, me put pee-pee in your coat.
What's up, Vivek? Hey. Whoa!
Look at this. Hey, what's up, guys?
I was craving a Slurpee.
Can I get my change back correctly?
You know, we'll...
I feel like a lot of us are conservative in the way that we just want to be able to say the N-word and it not really matter.
That's all I want. Come on. Is that so much to ask? Can't I just say the N-word? Does that make me a bad person?
Come on, guys.
Violet's a huge fan of yours. She loves censored TV.
Oh, great.
I do. I love your show. Big fan.
All she wants is to be able to say the N-word, but that's the only thing that's holding her back in life.
Yeah.
Oh, it just, you go like this.
I'm taking the dog. Dumbass.
I'm taking the dog.
He's just happy to have the attention. He's just happy to have the attention.
Got tired of my scheming for the last time. It's me. Hi. I'm the baddie. It's me.
Our next guest is originally from Danville, Illinois. He enjoys cold beer and hot music. Says that he and his mom don't see eye to eye on his love life. And he claims that his job has cost him several relationships. Please welcome Robert Faggot. Fine, how are you? Faggot is rather an odd name.
Yeah, you know, it is an odd name.
I'm doing everything I fucking can! God damn it! My sweater off! I already took my belt off and I didn't do shit.
You got it, Connor. You got it. You do. Look, you can do it. You really can. You really can. Look, you got to pull your body out.
Why is nobody brought
His knees are hitting.
Hello, hello, hello. Happy. Wow, it is the last Sunday of March. It is the last Sunday. No, it's not. We have one more Sunday of Women's History Month. Thank God. Welcome to SimpCast. I am your host, Chrissie Mayr. My goodness, thank you to everybody who came out this Friday night, 2 days ago. Thanks to everybody who came out Friday to Grantville, Pennsylvania, to the Laughing Stock Comedy Club. We had an absolute great time. It was my very last headlining show as a pregger, so we had so much fun. Gino Bisconti hosted. Keanu Thompson, who's on tonight's show, featured. We'll be getting into that show a little bit. Give you some of the juicy details. It's so weird. It's so weird to have no more comedy shows to promote because I'm not allowed to have any more. I have to focus on just giving birth in, I don't know, 26 something days. I'm not freaked out at all. I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. Guys, participate in the baby pool. You can still bet on the birth of my offspring. Venmo Gino Bisconti, GenoBisconte. Venmo him $10 with the date, weight, and time that you think my baby will come out. $5 goes to the baby. $5 goes to you, the winner. The winner might get a bunch of money. Who knows? The winner might get the actual baby. Depends how I feel after he comes out. Participate in the baby pool. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's it. I don't want to encourage gambling, but for this, I will make an exception. Thank you, Matt Hernandez, for becoming a new member. Brianna Diamond's in the chat. Oh, hi, Frankie. Saying hi to Frankie McDonald, I bet. What else? Wet Spot is tomorrow on Compound Media, 7 p.m. Eastern. Madeline Moon, Nikki Huntsman, Mary Jane Murphy, and Kristen Danko will be guests. Then I'm seeing Ghostbusters on Tuesday. And we got a bunch of interviews in the works. So stay tuned. I will give you updates as soon as I can. Without further ado, I'd like to bring in our panel of gorgeous and smart simp-worthy gals so we can discuss all the important issues of the day. Keanu Thompson, Violet Brandani, LeeAnn Starr, and Missy B just to start because we are prompt.
Woo! Hi, Gracie.
Oh my gosh, Missy,
Oh my
who I
gosh,
completely
why can't you see my cam?
oh no, Violet is she's stuck in Twitch world.
Oh no.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna fix it. I got
Violet's
this.
figuring it out. It's hard. We only have so many. There's only so much you can do in a day. You know, we have to put our makeup on. We have to turn the camera on. It's a lot sometimes.
It's hard being a woman.
It is hard being a woman. Hello, Keanu. We had such a blast on Friday. Thank you for coming and featuring and being hilarious. We had so much fun.
I had the best time. It was so much fun. Yes.
We had so much fun after the show, as we do. You know, we say hello to everybody. Shout out to Jeff, who hung out until the very wee hours in the hotel lobby with us.
Jeff Hillman, yes, he's
at the Holiday Inn. Was it a Holiday Inn Express?
Was he like actually hanging out with you, or was he just like in a bush or like in one of the plants and just watching you guys?
He was hanging out. He was he did a hard linger, but that was fine.
An entire bottle of, I believe, Johnny Walker Black, and then him and Bisconti polished it off in the lobby. So it was quite the time. Oh, revelry, yes.
Yeah, we love Jeff, but he was, and I'll say that this is because he was very, very drunk, but he was becoming one of these people who interprets like every time you look at your phone, it's because like you're ignoring them or you're not. He was like getting offended that we were looking at our phones, and like me and Keanu were like, this is our job. We have to post. We have to like airdrop each other videos and photos. We got to do updates and stuff. It's not that we're just like bimbos on our phones.
We're not sitting there watching TikToks. I said, sire. Like, remember when my mom's friends that she met in Dominican Republic, they were like, there's nothing but arms, legs, and a cell phone. I said, I'm working here. All right. I'm not staring at it to be rude. It's just we're maybe we're texting back and forth about you, Jeffrey. Like,
That would have made him more paranoid then.
Oh my
Like you're
gosh.
talking about me. I know you're texting each other talking about me.
All right.
Oh, and Nina's here. Hooray, Nina. Hello.
What's going on?
But yes, it was a really great show on Friday. And we really lucked out, Keanu, because we were gonna stay Saturday night as well. Because I was up there with my lovely betrothed and stepson, and we had gone to Hershey Park on Saturday, and we were just gonna like stay up there Saturday as well. But chaos hit the Holiday Inn, and all of the toilets were backed up and shut down. Like there was brown water. I thought somebody had upper deckered us because we had come back to the hotel. It looks like someone had shit in the top of the toilet. But
Pepper
then we had
spray one gig, upper decker the next. You never.
I mean, you were at
right.
Hershey Park.
I know, and I was like, is this some sort of Hershey?
You're like, is this
Hershey
chocolate?
reference?
Is this like your shtick, guys? You just have dirty doo-doo water?
There was a note under our room, under our door that said like, oh, caution, brown water or something like that.
Not chocolate.
Not chocolate. Do not drink. But they ended up having to shut down the water for the entire hotel. They had to move this nearly sold out entire hotel to other hotels in the area. They ended up canceling the Saturday night show. So
they said they'll be back next week, though. Steve Cohen told me that last night. But we woke up way later than you, obviously, because we're degenerates, me and Visconti. And then we were like, okay, let's just get out of here. We'll go to Cracker Barrel. He turned on the sink, and he said, "Oh my God!" And I'm like, "What? A tweet? Ray DeVito?
Did chocolate come out?"
Yeah. He's like, don't turn on the sink, baby. And then I didn't, because I would have probably puked. But he's like, the water is like really brown. So we left, and then you had told me, and I texted you guys. I said like, yeah, the water's brown. I didn't know you guys were staying another night, but luckily, so they moved you, or did you go somewhere?
No, we just left. We just left because we were like, by the time this gets settled, we just hit the road.
But I just walked into this story and it's like all I hear is brown water.
Yeah,
I don't know what the fuck is going on, but
only you, I swear to God.
We had a great time at Hershey Park, which is where I famously got lost as a little kid. Like, and this was in the late 80s, where I could and should have been stolen. Lord knows I was certainly cute enough, but I ended up walking behind a man I thought was my dad, and I was gone for like couple of hours.
Wow.
Hershey Park, and then they found me, and I was over like back at the animals. Like I think maybe it was the giraffes, or I was not finished with my animal time, so I had to go back anyway. I thought I would have PTSD going back, but I was fine, and it was very cool because we could each make our own chocolate bar, like personalized. You could fill it with whatever toppings you wanted, and they called the inside toppings inclusions, which like made me shudder. I was like, if I see even a whiff of equity at this damn chocolate factory, I'm gonna hit the fucking deck. I'm gonna lose it. But it was fine. As a surprise to no one, I chose the white chocolate bar, and
of course you did.
It was a good time. It was fun.
I like milk chocolate the best. I like the mixed. You know, the black and white.
Uh-oh.
I love
Violet.
Now, when you say you like it dark, do you like it like 70% dark, or are you like one of those 100% dark, like 70%?
Like
92. Ooh.
Whatever's gonna upset her dad is what she
Yeah. No matter how Violet says it's sexy. She said, I like it dark. Like it's just sexy no matter what. It's like yes, that's wonderful.
Oh my gosh, and Violet Brandani is here. I think you're popping your SimpCast cherry.
Yay!
Glad you may know. You may know Violet from her day at Compound Media a couple weeks ago. She blew into town, did all of the shows, made a huge impact, changed all of our lives forever.
Coolest week of my life, seriously.
Oh,
thank you, Chrissy.
Oh my gosh, and now you're back. Violet is known for
Her slice.
A few things, but I would say yes, her slice, and also for living in a van, but glamorously.
Yeah. When I travel, I live in my van, not full time.
I was gonna say that's a van right now. That's so
I was like, damn, that's a real nice van right there. Holy shit.
Yeah, I take up all 3 lanes.
Oh my goodness.
Do you try to kidnap men in your van?
I do.
Like totally role
sometimes.
reversal, and they're like,
It's not that hard.
Yeah, I would assume
That's
it
what she
wouldn't be
said.
that. Yeah. It'd be like, I'll jump in voluntarily.
You made
Yeah, you
the
couldn't
word,
even need candy.
you made the word slice take off like wildfire. It's one tweeter said it, and now you've been saying it, and now we all can't stop saying that. EK Legend on Twitter said that she
That guy's hilarious.
Piece of her slice, and now it's just like me and Bisconti say it constantly, and it's just adorable. My God,
It's so funny.
It's like
I love
Keanu
my
and
guy.
untoward, because I can't stop saying untoward, but that's my word. My husband too. We're like, oh, like the other day something happened, and I was like, that was really untoward, and he's like, I know. It's just because of it.
unequivocally untoward. Yes.
Isn't that great? Like you have captured a whole word. Like that's your word, Keanu.
I just brought it back. I don't know.
I love it. Violet, what's new in your world? Any new van stories? Any new funny content requests? When you were in New York, I was laughing because somebody had requested, like they wanted you to like flash a cab or something, like take a picture or a video of you flashing a cab or just flashing a random street corner. I was like, well, don't do it on 35th and 7th. They don't deserve it, honestly. You know, I was trying to figure out like what corner would be.
No,
like,
I
glamorous.
literally couldn't get it done in New York because it was so cold. I tried like 3 nights in a row to do this like flashing with a butt plug and skirt and everything because someone requested it and I couldn't get it done. So I was able to record it in Austin the other night. And yeah, my voice is like going out. Oh my gosh. But yeah, it was really cold there. So
it was
hard to
weirdly
flash
cold.
my titties. I like to be in the warmth. You know? Are you
It's
guys all
easier
from
to
up
flash
north?
when it's warm? I'm in New York. Keanu's in New York. Nina's in Mexico, but from Canada originally.
I'm in Cancun, so you can flash your titties here.
Oh
with
my
no,
gosh.
no nipple problems.
Same
I would love hot here.
Missy's in South Carolina and LeeAnn's in Pennsylvania.
So it's all pretty cold. That's all pretty cold right now, right? Yeah.
Great.
It's cold.
I have 70-degree weather. I'm pretty nice.
It's hot here.
Way to
Yeah.
rub it in.
Today was a little
Missy.
chilly. Today was a little chilly, but the sun is just amazing here. It changes like it's intense.
I miss South Carolina.
I was so worried about you, Violet, when you were in town because we did a whole day of shows. We started at Gas Digital, and then we did all the shows at Compound Media. And then by Gino's show, Jim Stansel was on, and he kept feeding you shots. And it didn't occur to me that we should like have an actual meal of food. Like we were just go. And then you got so hammered, and I was like, if Violet dies on my watch, I will never forgive myself. I was like, if she has some sort of horrible drunken episode, if she gets abducted, I will never forgive myself. So thankfully you survived.
You were so good to me. I realized I am like peer pressured into doing it. And I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta be a cool kid and just take some shots. And yeah, I can drink like a whole bottle of wine, but I can't really do the shots.
One bottle of wine drunk is like a really nice drunk.
Yeah.
Jim Stansel feeding you
bottle
shots
right
of Jameson, not a nice.
It wasn't just Jameson, it was like tequila. It was like whatever's around the studio.
It happens to the best of us. He made out with my mother, for Christ's sake. Like he's a clown. Yeah.
He's so funny. Like he was like the class clown. Like he reminds me of like a class clown. I love that guy.
He is.
But he was giving us like dirty cups to take shots out of. I was like, I'm gonna need you to clean this.
This is why, see, there's like no women at Compound Media. It's me, Keanu, whenever she comes by, and Luby who works in the booth. But we don't have anyone. There's no one picking up. There's no one washing anything. So
It's just Garrett. It's just Garrett picking up. When we're there, I try and Biscotti will just throw things haphazardly everywhere, and then poor Garrett's picking it up. We try and pick up after ourselves, wash a glass every once in a while.
There should be no glassware anywhere in that studio. It should just be plastic cups, and then like Garrett does his little vacuuming at the end of the night.
I will come. I'll be y'all's cleaner, so I can come and hang out with y'all. I'll come do that.
She just wears like the little maid apron.
Yeah.
Yeah. we don't have French maids here in New York. We have just Spanish maids. Those are just the regular maids.
I was just thinking she's gonna totally cosplay that French maid outfit, girl. Like, hey, I'm here with my little duster.
Well, you could get a leather duster butt plug. Okay. Sorry,
Oh,
guys.
God, you dust with your
Oh.
butt. Look, it's me, Yvette.
Wow. I didn't know they had those.
Actually,
do now.
LeeAnn is giving French vibes tonight. I'm loving the beret. It reminds me of National Lampoon European Vacation. And there was a woman that was like, "Oh, hello, Rusty." Like she couldn't pronounce Rusty's name.
I don't remember. I only seen pieces of that movie, so I don't know. I don't remember that part.
It was a very scandalous movie because they had showed boobs, which at the time no one was really prepared for.
God forbid we see a nipple. Oh God! What are the? Oh God!
And I think after them showing Brooke Shields when she was a child nude, I think
Right.
after that all bets are off. So I don't
that was
know.
too young.
I just like watched a whole thing about that, and I was like, wow, they really let her do that. She was like 12.
There's been a lot of
Disgusting.
pedophile things out lately. Did anybody see that Quiet on Set?
Yeah.
I watched the
No,
first episode.
I want to. I haven't.
I watched it
haven't
all
had
the way through.
strength yet.
I'm just like, that was my childhood. Like I looked up to that. Like I was like, that's amazing. Like you wanted to be one of those. And it's like, and if you were, you have either killed yourself or you have a terrible drug problem.
Or you now
Well,
draw
only
your
thing-
eyebrows on with blue Sharpie. And your name is
Right?
Amanda
No,
Bynes.
it's clearly they don't even. Amanda Bynes like declined to even like be a part of it. Drake Bell, my God, Drake and Josh
Yeah.
were one of my favorite shows.
Right?
What happened to
But
Drake?
here-
I didn't get to that episode.
Oh my God!
You want us to ruin it for you?
No. we
Yes.
won't.
But like
I don't
the Drake
care,
thing
I'll
was the
forget.
only thing to me that I thought was like crazy. Everything else was kind of just like dabbling and
Yeah.
it wasn't like full on investigation except for Drake. So
Was he just regular old molested, or was like what happened?
No, he was like
Said-
kept at this guy's house, like because his mom or like didn't want to drive him. So the guy, like what they do is like they wedge between like the kid and the parent.
His
And
dad was his
yeah.
manager, and he
And-
said, "Your dad's bad for business. You're never
Yeah,
gonna get anywhere."
he
if
just
you're-"
gaslights everybody and drives a wedge. And then the mom didn't. They lived in like Orange County, and she didn't want to keep driving down to do all these auditions. So the pedophile's like, "I got him, no problem. We love him. He works so great. He can stay on my couch." And then he's just probably jerking him off every night.
And he was.
Ah,
He would wake up,
no.
and Drake had a hard time saying it. Even he was like, "I can't really." He said, "Imagine the worst things that you could do to a 15-year-old boy without asking."
That's
And
horrible.
that's what it is.
See,
And
I haven't had the heart to watch this documentary because it's like, when like I know like stuff like this happens in Hollywood, and I've known for a long time. And when you first find out, it's like hard, really, like it just shatters your world in a way. But then like after like you've been exposed to that idea for so long, it's like, do I really need to sit there and watch this thing because I already know this happened? So I don't know if I want to just like
Right.
become incredibly depressed because of just seeing
Like,
it.
You know it happens generally, but then when you find
Mhm.
out specific, like you hear specific stories, and you can put a face to a story, it's really disheartening. Yikes.
Well, Amanda Bynes had like a Twitter that she used under a different name, like in 2017, and she said that the creator got her pregnant at 13 and she had an abortion and she can't have kids. Like this is before all this came out and people were like pulling it up. It was like her old Twitter. So now everyone's like, oh, so that's what happened. And
The
she was trying to
creator
tell
of
people
what,
then.
Nickelodeon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wondered if he
I'm
like. I
guessing
thought it was
Dan Schneider she's talking
Yeah,
about.
Dan
That, the
Schneider.
guy who looks like he's wearing a fat suit. That guy, that Dan
Right.
guy.
I mean, he has a complete and total gobbler. Like, just
Yeah.
It's
completely.
weird.
He has
I think he's on
jowls.
Ozempic now, so he looks different. But
Well, and
Yeah, Ozempic, that weird, like, I'm tired, someone punched me in the face and I kind of look skinny for a minute.
yeah.
yeah.
Lost forever diarrhea.
And you may be taking away the shots that people with type 1 diabetes need, but then who
Yeah.
cares about them, right? Let's all just be skinny. It's
Yeah, fuck people with diabetes. They need to be thin.
So sad.
No.
Yeah, but I guess she was trying to say it for a while because I think it was 2017. What the hell? Her name was on there. Like people are starting to repost it again because she didn't use Amanda Bynes because her parents took her Amanda Bynes. So she made another one under an alias. But yeah, she was saying a lot of shit, dude. It's fucked up.
Well,
Pretty
she's
sketchy, I
completely
wonder.
devoid of like personality now, and she's getting her. I just saw her. I think it was TikTok.
Oh,
She's like getting
she
her.
was so cute. My
Yeah, she's
God, they
getting
really
her
got
esthetician license to like do nails now.
They destroyed this girl. Completely destroyed
Yeah,
her.
she was so
Yeah.
vibrant. She really was going
Yeah.
places, and they just picked her apart. And you know, when I didn't hear anything about Dan Schneider aside from just like, oh, he was abusive in the workplace and he was kind of inappropriate, I was like, there's no way that it was like got away with just that stuff. Like, I think he was a bigger scumbag, and they couldn't put that in the documentary because he probably had like ins and all this shit. It just something was left out that let this documentary come out. Do you know what I mean? There's always something deeper because then they're like, nope, you can't do that. You're gonna screw it up for us. So like, I think it was a look over here, but there's still shit going on.
Oh,
Well,
I
when I was
agree.
in LA, there was this girl that was abused by someone famous, and she's like, "Well, I can't say anything because I have an NDA." I'm like, "Girl, NDA doesn't count if there's criminal things going on. Like that doesn't count anymore." So if people have an NDA and they're not saying anything, that does not count for criminal activity.
Yeah,
Like that is not included. So fuck
And
that.
if there's a loophole that allows sexual crimes to happen, then what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Like that's
Who allowed that?
No. That's
Right.
not
The
how that
kids were
works.
saying we would all do school together, but Amanda was never there. She was just in the room with Dan, like going over scripts and things. Like
oh,
that.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
play.
Let's
This
play
might
that.
be I'm gonna play this.
Let's play it.
Oh, it comes to a different page.
Kanye.
No, if you refresh and then just unmute, it'll play it.
Oh, you keep me young, you kids. All right. What in the what? I clicked on it.
You got to click the unmute button.
Bing, bing,
Speaker with the X.
Yeah, that one.
There we go.
Work, please.
Where'd it go? It's disappearing.
It's every time. There you go.
And Nickelodeon and her secret Twitter account years ago. Ashley's secret account went by the name of
Why is everything buffer all the time? My computer does it too. So
I have to get
Ashley Binks, and she said she created this account at the time because her parents were controlling everything that she was doing,
Damn.
and she wanted the truth to be heard. She was explaining
because she had a conservatorship, I think starting in 2013, if I'm not mistaken.
the truth about a lot of different things, including things that had to do with her, her family, and even other people in Hollywood. She was also crying out for help on this Twitter account and saying that they were stealing her money, and that's why she was placed in this conservatorship.
Dang. I mean, her eyebrows alone are a cry for help.
I don't know why she does them like that.
She posted pictures of her ID and pictures of
I was
herself
just gonna say
to
her
show
eyebrows.
everybody that this was an original account made by her. And here are some of the things that Amanda Bynes said on this Twitter account.
Oh, They were wow.
Weird. I've been forced to deny this account again to prevent them from having me committed against my will again. Can you imagine having an abortion at 13 because your boss impregnated you? Committed.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeesh.
Oh my God.
Because your father touched you, exposing the truth, and then having your freedom threatened.
Yeah.
And honestly, this
That's untoward.
Yeah. Cozy.
Understatement. My
this
God.
tweet was probably
Yeah.
the most heartbreaking to hear about how she was impregnated when she was 13 by her boss. And
Yeah.
who else would have been her boss when she was 13 years old? And I'm not a big person with blind items, but I'm going to read you guys a blind item from Crazy Day and
It's a
Night,
blind item.
who was known to have a really good relationship with Amanda Bynes. And in this message, she actually puts a secret message in there.
Oh, this is so annoying, this buffering.
You know what you should
And
do
it
is
talks
click
about-
on that video. It'll take you to TikTok.
Ugh.
And then like the TikTok version, and then you can, it's probably better to watch it there.
And here's this blind item that has a
Yeah, like view profile.
This is like
secret message hidden
AOL
within
days.
this. And this is from Amanda Bynes.
Oh, because she capitalized DAN. Did
And in
it?
the beginning
Oh,
of this message, she puts
right. She capitalized DANDIDIT.
capital letters in weird places. And then you
Oh my God.
It's like Rosemary's Baby.
Yikes.
find
Well,
out what each one of these capital letters is saying.
oh man. Well, that explains so much.
I tried to highlight each word where these capital letters are.
Okay. Ugh, poor Amanda Bynes.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll feel like I've ruined my childhood because we couldn't afford cable, and I always complained about that as a youth. But maybe I'll watch it. Maybe I'll watch it.
Well, people are
Kinda
like saying, "Oh, where's the parents?" And the parents, like I talked about this before. My friend and one of my only friends when I lived in LA was he was in a boy band. I don't say his name because he died, but I'm sure people could guess. But he would tell me things all the time, and like one of our first conversations, it really fucked him up in the head because he didn't realize how many parents knew what was going on and they just did not care. Like they would have these like
Wow.
agent pool parties and they were kids, mostly young men, kids. And
Ugh.
the parents knew what was happening there. They knew about the drugs, the drinking, the drugging, and they just didn't care. They cared about getting them famous and the money. So they would willingly put them in there. Like they knew, so many parents knew. And it really fucked my friend up, like really bad.
It's been going on forever. What was it? Drew Barrymore? It was like
Yeah,
doing
it's
Blow
really
at
sick, man. It's
13.
sick.
Shirley
Yeah.
Temple. As far as Shirley Temple.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Even Shirley Temple or
Like, people are
Judy
like, oh, parents
Garland.
must not have been around. I'm like, motherfucker, parents knew. Like a lot of them knew. They didn't care. They wanted money.
Yeah.
They didn't care what happened to their kid.
Yeah, it still
a-
happens too. Like even with like Instagram, and you see parents
Mhm.
promoting their kids doing weird suspect poses.
Yeah.
And like purposely provocative, and it's like all guys, grown men liking it. It still happens even in our industry too. And I
Yeah,
saw
I
this
messaged Danielle Cohen's mom like a couple years ago about this shit that she was doing with her. She did not care. She cussed me out. I'm like, you know, they're doing shit with your daughter's pictures, right? Like,
it's
like
low-key
that's when I was like
trafficking.
posing online, like as an underage girl and stuff like that. I'm like, you know, they do stuff with her pictures, right? Like her mom did not fucking care. She was such a bitch, dude. She's such a bitch. She
Well,
was
they're
like
probably getting-
14.
How much money do you think they're getting though? Like these parents, they're probably getting a nice fat check from
So
this
much
shit.
money.
Kids are probably the primary breadwinners. The kids
They
are probably
are.
responsible for bringing in the bag for their whole family.
Yeah,
But
but you
my
know,
girl got
you guys are gonna get
problems.
told that you're just jealous. If the
Yeah.
kids happen to be like 15 or 16, everyone here is gonna get called just jealous. And
Yeah, I'm
et
so
cetera, et
jealous.
cetera.
I am so jealous of them.
Meanwhile, she like already had an abortion and she's like 14, dude. Like, what the fuck? Ugh.
That's too
No
much.
thanks.
That's too much for a little kiddo. Gollum, thank you for the super chat. Hi, 199. Thank you, Gollum. Nancy Benoit. Hi, Chrissy. I'm sorry to hear your bad news. No one should go through that. It was a bad day for all of us when my son lost his father. Thank you, Nancy. Wow. We always hear from Chris, not Nancy.
Oh my God.
Andrew G. Hi, Vi. Love you in your van life travel vlogs. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Jeremy Parkhurst. I love hearing Keanu say untoward. We all do.
Untoward.
Untoward. Okay, so Brittany Venti is here. She has we had it in our SimpCast chat. We were toying with the idea of talking about, I feel like this is always a theme, you know. I feel like any given week there's someone coming after any and all of us for various things. But lately for Venti, I feel like people have been coming after you, saying that like comparing your pictures to softcore porn because you just happen to have big boobs and you wear fitted clothing. Is that basically the long and short of it?
Yeah, and most of the photos they post, I'm wearing a turtleneck. So
I've
no,
never
I'm a
even seen
turtleneck
you in a
enjoyer.
V-neck. It's like you just have big tits. What
And
is
and
the
you wear and you usually wear like short skirts, but you have stockings on. So they're like, "Oh my God, you're showing like some skin between
Your
your
skirts
socks
aren't
and
even that
thighs."
short. I've seen way worse.
And you know what? I
Yeah.
think you should wear less. For Christ's sake, God is wanted. If I had boobs like yours, titties to the ceiling is the feeling. Like my God.
Yeah,
Oh,
thank God for Sydney Sweeney bringing back cleavage. You know,
Yes.
she's gonna make it cool again so that this stops happening, because the torment and demonization you receive as a curvy girl, and I say curvy as in not fat, but actually curvy, is really ridiculous. Like
the
it doesn't
one
matter
the
what you wear.
the one on the far right, like she's wearing a skirt that's
Yeah.
like below the knees.
That's like
and she's wearing
Catholic school acceptable.
like,
Right.
oh my God.
Softcore porn, right? Because the men can't quell their erections. This is porn.
Yeah, they're
Get
very
out of my face.
emotional. Like, why are they acting so feminine and emotional about it? They're
They
like,
are very
"Oh,
emotional,
my
man.
pee hard, so now it's
They
porn." It's
are.
like, just because your pee is hard doesn't make it pornography.
Right.
Meanwhile,
the
the
same
girls
guys
that
that
are
are
dressed
talking-
modestly get no attention. Like,
But the same guys that are talking shit on Brittany, they are the ones that think Sydney Sweeney is mid. Okay, they will make fun of her the whole
Yeah,
time.
Margot
They said
Robbie
she
is
looks like she has
mid.
Down syndrome. I'm like, dude, y'all are probably fucking disgusting. Yet they never have their own picture. Like, shut up. You can't talk shit unless you have your own picture up. Like, no. You don't
There's
get to call
something to be
people
said
ugly
for
and
anger
mid.
jerking off. Yeah.
we
Like,
all know
show
why you dress
yourself.
like that, Brittany. We all know why.
No.
Yeah, everyone knows I wear the turtlenecks for the attention.
Yeah.
Like, I do.
Sexualized turtlenecks though. There's like a whole thing about it, like not that long ago, about turtlenecks, and Steven Crowder even said it. Like he's sexually turned on by turtlenecks. So
Well,
I mean, they
that's on
sexualize
them.
everything.
Just because it looks good doesn't mean that therefore
Yeah.
it's inappropriate. That just
Yeah.
means you did a good job and didn't look frumpy.
Well, I mean, there was like I don't know if you guys have watched that 70s show. There was a joke about that, like sweater, like when Midge would wear the sweater and they were like, "Oh, remember how like her tits looked in the sweater?" It's like it just like 'cause
Sweater
it-
puppies.
Yeah,
It's
sweater
even
puppies. So
better.
they're like really
Puppies.
into that. I'm like, I never got that either, but I guess the dudes like the sweaters.
They do
Yeah.
because it's like I could take that sweater off of her. I think I could be the one to remove that sweater. And, like the more they're covered up, the more erect they are. Men are just
It doesn't matter what you do; they'll find
Yeah.
a way to have a problem.
They like
Oh,
the
boy,
mysterious
will they. Because like they went as far as to go, like they didn't go on like my regular YouTube channel. No, they went on my fashion YouTube channel, the small channel, and dug through the videos and then clipped a part where I'm showing my outfit that's like a tribute to HRH collection, Alex, because I like her content. I think she's funny. And she has this like specific style about her. She always wears like leggings and like a tank top because she's known for dressing tomboyish. Like literally that's her brand, is like, I don't shop in the women's section. So I literally put on clothing that reflected that, like tomboy clothing. But because of my body shape, it got turned into this whole thing. That's how it popped off, because the one guy that was commenting about my turtlenecks, he started off with that clip of me putting on the clothes, just a tank top and leggings. It wasn't provocative positioning, nothing. It's just normal.
They made a gif of it, and I was like, "What the fuck? These people have all the time in the world." They're like, I'm
digging through my fashion channel. It's not even for them. It's literally like a female-oriented channel. Pervert.
None of that matters unless you dress as a shapeless blob, as a Home Depot lesbian. They will always comment if you wear
And then
anything.
they'll call you that. They'll call you a lesbian.
Home Depot
and-
lesbian.
Shit.
Why don't we all just get out our burqas and call it
Yeah.
a fucking day? Like, I don't know what else to say.
They'll just make an AI
boners-
tool to take off the burqa.
I mean, the boners coming from this shirt.
Doesn't matter.
We're in tea right
there's
now.
such
The
a-
boners
there's
right now are
there's
probably
such a-
flying.
Oh my God.
finite window too, because if you're deemed like too old or too married or too pregnant to wear something, well then you're you're post wall trying too hard. Like there's such there seem to be just such specific windows of time where certain things are acceptable. I say just do what makes you happy.
Missy,
Yeah.
so
Such
many
thing as
guys in the
children.
chat want to be the extraterrestrial on your chest right now. Like, please.
Erect
And
your
also,
neck.
it also, by the way, doesn't matter what you wear. They'll still complain
Mm.
because, like, I remember when I first started streaming, I was doing a lot of satire of like a typical dumb bitch e-girl because I thought it was funny and it got reactions out of people. And then when that bit was over, because people started to realize it was a bit, slowly I started dressing more modestly because like people just would not, because I don't personally think there's anything wrong with cleavage. I don't think it's too much. Like if you have big boobs, you sometimes will get it without really trying. If you just wear a tank top, that's just how it is. And so I just kept getting harassed over and I just got sick of it. So then I started having to adjust my wardrobe in a way where I didn't even prefer. And I started dressing more modestly. And that's where the turtlenecks started. That's why I've been wearing them the past, like, I don't know, like 5-6 years. And like, you know, people would say like, oh, you wouldn't have anything if you didn't have boobs, blah, blah. So I covered up and I put on turtlenecks. And guess what? It didn't matter. They're still not happy. It didn't matter that I retained my audience. It didn't matter that I grew. It didn't matter that I covered up. It was still a problem. Literally, if you're just a woman online and you get attention for anything you do, it's just a problem. And that's just the bottom line. So you should just dress how you want.
Yeah, that's
because-
why I never cared. They'll find anything. They will find anything. And I'm like, I just don't care. Especially when they don't have pictures. If you don't have content and pictures, your opinion is invalid.
It's completely unreasonable too. They act like I dress like a hooker.
Yeah.
Like I'm quite literally into fashion, have things dedicated to that. And it's like a hobby. And yet I'm getting demonized as if like I'm just going out randomly dressed like a stripper.
Well, when 8-brains see like a pleated skirt, they immediately just go to porn and like schoolgirl.
Yeah,
even though
schoolgirl
it's
porn
not.
immediately.
Yeah, like it's really not, but okay.
That's on them.
Yeah.
It is. That's they're
associated with-
freaks. We praise men in gray sweatpants when we can see the outlines of their dicks. You know,
It is
Like,
nice
that's a
guys
gray
doing
sweatpants
this.
Thing, you know, it's fine. They can't quell their erections. It's not your fault, Brittany. Obviously.
And you see how they act toward pleated skirts, how they immediately sexualize and associate it with porn, even though
Mhm.
it's not inherently sexual. Okay, keep that in mind when there's porn out there of them using baby toys and diapers. And when they're
Oh.
around children, what reaction they're going to get. Just saying. If you see that with pleated
Gross.
skirts, imagine with all the other gross fetishes, with
Ugh.
women acting and dressing like babies and things like that.
Yeah, that's weird to me.
I love LeeAnn. I'm just gonna say this right out because I love your attitude of like, I don't give a fuck about you and what you have to say, especially if you don't have a picture. Like, I love that. We all need to. Be
I've been going through this since
Sorry,
MySpace, man. Like, there is nothing that is going to bother me what people say online. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Anthony says Violet has the prettiest green eyes and Venti is stacked. Thanks, Anthony. Andrew Thomas, hey ladies, I'm here to simp for the new girl, Violet, along with Venti. Chrissy B and LeeAnn. I am sorry for your loss, Chrissy. Thank you. Andrew. Jeremy Parker's Venti is hot. Nothing pornographic about any of her photos. Not her fault she is hot AF. Thank you, Germs. Dave Chandler, evening, ladies. There are those of us who appreciate modesty in a woman. We just get drowned out by the freaks. It's true. It is just the vocal minority. Somebody today called me a wannabe porn star, and I was like, how is that even? I have not fit into a pair of regular pants in 6 months. Like, how is that wannabe porn star? Nothing fits me except
You're getting on that
wannabe
pregnancy
porn star,
fetish there, bud.
Now
That's
would be the time because you're lactating, which is a big thing.
I'm not lactating. Nothing's coming
Not
out.
yet, but you will be.
You will be.
That's a rare commodity and very fetishized.
There's
Oh
a
my
there's a
God,
huge-
everyone's coming in the chat right now.
There's
I
a
got a
huge-
comb.
There's a huge pregnancy fetish thing, and then
There
like
is.
I don't understand
new
why.
a
'Cause
new mom fetish, like new mom
why
fetish
is
that are
there
like
pregnancy fetish?
lactating and
Is it
shit.
because we can't get
Yeah.
away? Is it because we are slower to run?
I don't
We
know.
waddle.
There's a
don't
girl that I
know.
worked
Is
with
it
at the
like, let
strip
me
club
put a baby in there? I'm like,
that would like
is
squirt
not.
milk on people, and she made like thousands of dollars. She would go up in the
Really?
dressing room and like pump, and then the rest of it she would squirt on people from the stage, and
Oh
she made
my
like thousands of
God.
dollars. I'm not kidding.
Wow.
It was so stupid. I was like, y'all are weird as
Wow.
fuck.
Chrissy, you
That's
must
so
be able
fucked
to
up.
learn. You have to learn how to squirt on
Yes.
command, and I mean from your breasts.
I
not
could
your-
make lattes, cappuccinos.
Yes, we could foam the milk. We could open up a coffee
Crispy
shop.
cappuccinos.
Yeah,
That would be
you could be like
pretty
when you're at a
breast
bocce bar and they like squirt the sake, but you could just use breast milk. You will make so much money.
It was.
Telling you.
I remember the time Keanu and Elsa Jean came on Wet Spot and she was lactating. She was just like squirting milk at everyone. We were like, "What? How? What
The
happened?"
human body is repulsive. I don't care who you are.
I'm with you, Keanu. I think it's
It is repulsive.
God.
It's so weird.
Oh my lord!
The
Okay.
funniest shit to me is that there's all these dudes that have like this fetish, and like there's a lot of people that have like whatever, but then they'll see like an actual mom like feeding like breastfeeding their baby, and they'll be like, "Oh, like put that away!" Like my God, and they'll
Because
they'll
their
be all like,
PPs are getting hard and they're just confused. Like, why?
Exactly. They
is
can't
happening?
quell their erections. Now we have to not only wear a tent, but
Yeah.
go into a tent to feed our children.
But ladies,
like-
think about it. If,
We're
if the roles,
responsible.
if the roles were reversed, and you're used to seeing dicks in one way, and only one way, and then you see them feeding a child, you'd be a little disoriented
I
too.
don't.
You'd be like, what?
I'd be like, put your dick in a tent and feed the baby that way.
Oh
That's
no! Oh god!
It is the mix though of like, oh, I see that. I want to give you privacy. Like,
yeah,
by doing that,
look
I
away.
don't like. I'm that's awesome. Food on demand, good for you. But like,
We don't want to
middle,
give trans
people
any
like that,
ideas
like-
though. You cannot feed through a dick. Okay, so don't try that shit.
Yeah, that's
Don't even try it. All right.
Great Bell on
We got our eyes on
Nickelodeon.
you.
Watch
That'll
the
be the next
trans people
trans.
try that. Yeah, that.
Mm-mm.
sounds
Oh
like
my
a
God, I'm
trans.
so glad LeeAnn put that disclaimer out
Yeah,
there.
you
'cause
cannot
my
get milk
God.
from a dick. Okay,
No,
no matter
Missy,
what
you're
you
right.
try to
It's like-
say.
It's not milk. Yeah.
No,
You don't know till you try.
no. I've seen that picture of that baby with that titty. That is a man's titty. That is child abuse.
Oh, that really is child
Oh,
abuse.
yeah.
That's so sad.
Mm-mm.
Chest feeding.
What's up, Sharp? James Sharp for 5. If you're a woman online and people think that's a problem, don't be part of the problem. Be the whole problem.
Yes,
I will be a whole problem.
exactly.
Be whole
Don't be-
problem? Wow.
Be the HOLE problem. We're all whole problem.
Oh, right. The other thing I wanted to talk about with Venti, and it's like, and I haven't even thought about this person in, gosh, over a year. He came after me, I think when I was engaged or something. He said,
Yes.
You're hopeless.
Yes.
You'll never ever get married. You'll be single and alone forever. And I'd be like, I'm engaged.
And he was
and I-
like, no, he's never going to marry you. You're going to be engaged forever.
Yeah. And I was like, what? I was like, I'm happy. I don't care what you think. And I forgot he existed for a time until this tweet today. I guess he started to come after Lauren Southern, who is
Yeah.
just a specimen. Just come on. Really? We're gonna pick on Lauren Southern? How did this do you know how this started, Venti? Did it start with this tweet right here from him?
So Lauren started posting, trolling people who were calling her old. She's in her 20s for context, by the way. And she has a kid. And so they were calling her old. So she started leaning into the bit and she started posting like photos of herself. And on the right, she put it with like making a face to make herself look older and then put like a grandma filter on it. And then she posted it. And then he actually thought it was real and said, see, look how women catfish. She's the same woman. And mind
Lord.
you, this guy is a lawyer. He couldn't do basic fact checking, and he's a lawyer. I fear for anyone who
I
hires
like
him.
that he's like, oh my God, this woman had the same ceiling fan in her 60s as she did in her 20s. How is that possible?
Wait, is he like friends with Rollo?
He's
they, like,
he's like in the
dating?
manosphere. He simps for Pearl, Predator Pearl.
Of course.
Who
They
says that
don't ever look into
16-year-olds
anything.
are hotter.
It's so crazy.
Pearl should
Yeah.
get a job in Nickelodeon.
So did Lauren respond to him? Because I think he has me blocked still. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, she
Oh my God, he
responded.
blocked you?
Yes,
Oh,
I've been blocked.
good. That's
Why?
funny.
I don't know. I guess he's upset with me.
Is he like a pro
Surprised he
trans?
hasn't blocked me because me and him
Yeah.
have had a few back and forths. And he still hasn't blocked me. He commented to me on that thread that Venti had. It was funny.
Lauren Southern said, honestly, my 60s have been the best years of my life. Lots of time at the bingo hall these days. Sorry. Let me post one without filters. You're right. I shouldn't lie. Oh my God.
How did he not catch
Oh
the sarcasm? He's a lawyer.
How does he not know who Lauren Southern is?
Oh my God, it's
Yeah.
too funny.
Wow.
He wants
That
to talk about
man passed the
catfishing.
bar.
Straight up took the bait. Like, jokes on him. Like, you
Well,
just
and the
ran
funny
right
part
for
is
it.
he doubled down. That's the funniest part is that he doubled down on it because he was all like, hold on, let me pull up my response.
Please pull up his because I'm blocked. And
Yeah, I will.
I
Here it
call
is.
very few people misogynist. I think it's
You
a
know
word
what?
that's
If I'm gonna
generally
talk shit, I'm gonna
overused.
research.
But
Like, I'm gonna
somebody
look at
like
your
him,
videos. I'm gonna like look into it a little bit, man. Like, not just because
I
then
think
you look
he's
like a fucking
genuinely
idiot.
misogynist.
Is he like a public attorney, like who they give
He
people
said
when they
he's an
can't afford one?
No,
Government
he's
issued
okay.
attorney?
To be fair, you guys, he is actually a very insanely successful lawyer. He's probably like the United States top self-defense lawyers, and he wins cases like he does.
And he
It's
has
just
no
bizarre.
common sense?
No,
Yeah.
that's
Did he
the,
get
that's
dementia?
the part that he doesn't have is the common sense part. But, and
Did he get
he's married.
Alzheimer's?
He is married.
He has terrible bedside manner.
A terrible bedside manner.
He's married and commenting on like women's looks on the
Yeah,
internet.
exactly.
Yes.
Why?
Is he
his
married
whole
to
point.
like a
Women
real guy?
catfish people. Guess what? Men catfish too. For Christ's sake! What
On
and he's
dating apps all the
obviously making a
time.
cheeky joke. What is wrong with this gentleman? My God.
So I just laughed because I saw Venti's tweet and I was like, that's freaking funny because he like fell for this. He fell for this thing and he's just like, oh my God, look, this woman, blah, blah. So I was just like, oh my God, I was dying because I was laughing so hard. I'm like, just take the L, bro. And then so some dude is like, come on, Nina, that shit was hilarious and Lauren can take a joke. So I replied, what's hilarious is he actually thinks Lauren is 60 and looks like that. And so he came back with, you mean a woman lied to a man about her age and appearance? Is that the funny part? The haha gotcha again fellows part? Oofa.
Oofa.
So I said, no, I mean, woman trolls internet, Uber red pill lawyer man jumps to conclusions without doing a tiny bit of research about who she is and decides to die on the hill instead of admitting maybe he jumped to conclusions.
Exactly.
That's the haha funny part, which I had to spell out for you. So that's basically been the exchange so far.
I can't believe you're not blocked.
I know. I'm so surprised that I'm not blocked by this person yet.
Whose grandpa is this? Come get your grandpa.
Come get your grandpa.
Oh yeah, that was one of the funny responses that Lauren did to him when he like immediately responded to her. She responded with like, "Do you have a grandchild that can explain the internet to you?"
Whoever you go to when you forget the Wi-Fi, can you call them up, please?
Oh my god, that was funny though. Man, that was funny. I'm expecting a full block now since I can't believe he blocked you. You didn't do anything.
Everyone blocks me.
What's his name? I want to follow him.
I
Law
don't
of
know what his
self-defense.
handle is.
Branca. His name is Branca.
F.
Here, I'll put his
Not,
Twitter.
and not that's the thing is not everyone needs to be on social media. I'm sure he's a great lawyer and someone somewhere respects him for something. But that doesn't mean that you you know,
Can't have it all.
Yes, if you can't hang, that's fine.
Well, from what I understand, he's had a really insanely messy divorce and from his first marriage, and therefore, basically,
He's
all
bitter.
women are evil except for his current wife that he's been with for a long time. And from what I understand, also, he doesn't apparently hate all women, just most women. I think.
Just you
Yes,
know what? A
confirmed.
self-defense lawyer person, lean back on the tweet button. How about that? Why
Yeah.
don't you just, treat it like a court case? Let me see what's going on here before I'm so reactionary because he's making himself look like a fool. It can't be good for his practice.
That's what I'm saying. Would anyone hire him after seeing that? He can't do basic common sense, basic
Like real.
what's this
like-
image? Like, oh, she's
Yeah.
joking.
No.
No,
Like
he has
real
to double
basic.
down.
Well, the funniest part to me is also that it's like he's talking about Lauren Southern, which is like it's not like she's someone new. She's
Yeah, I
she's been
know.
around
Right.
forever, especially
Yeah.
in the conservative sphere, which apparently he's part of. So it's like for me, like he doesn't even know that Lauren is Lauren Southern. Like you're talking to Lauren Southern, who it's
They have
very
mutuals.
prominent. Yeah, they have mutuals. I mean, this is unbelievable for him to like double
How do you
down
get
like that.
bamboozled this hard? This is so embarrassing. I would just delete my account. To be
Honestly,
honest.
yeah, it is that is quite embarrassing because she's
What is
obviously
it? I
trolling
guess
you.
it's such an easy thing to make fun of, like, oh, women, all you have are your looks, and they're depleting as the moments tick by. I don't find that to be a very creative insult, and also like we're all aging.
Yeah.
We're
We're all dying every day.
It's better than the alternative.
Yeah,
Ye-
and we have
Yes,
Botox.
you're
so-
demonized for literally existing as time passes. You can't win.
Well, the funny part is that there's such a double standard too. Like what Brittany was saying about like girls that have big chest or whatever. Like in this case, like he's trying to say that women lie about what they look like, and that's somewhat true. Like it is a little bit true. Like because especially in this day and age when there's such like drastic changes with plastic surgery and like what women actually do to themselves and what they look like. But then you have like somebody like Lauren who actually is like very natural looking and she doesn't do extreme stuff to her face and like blah blah blah. Then he goes and shits on her as if she's doing that, and it's like that's not what's happening. You can go on shit on people like Madonna or like Courtney Cox or whoever else is like doing these insane things to their face, and it's a very valid thing to be like, yes, there's definitely women that do that and kind of catfish dudes into like wanting to date them or whatever. Absolutely. But in this case, that's not what's going on. And if Lauren was to like be like, okay, I'm gonna go and I don't know, maybe do a basic thing on my face or whatever, then they still shit on her because they'll be like, oh, now you're going to the other side and you're totally faking it, blah blah blah. So again, it's like what LeeAnn said, like we can't do anything right.
No. And I'm telling you, these men in the media, everyone's doing Botox. Everybody is injecting botulism into their faces, starting at 26. I swear to you, you watch even George Stephanopoulos' forehead has not moved in years. Okay, it's everyone is doing it. They're just not copying to it.
I hate it. I talk them out of it.
Absolutely.
Right. Does everyone need fillers and lip injections or whatever? If it makes you happy, go for it. But don't end up like Madonna. She looks.
I have a question from Violet. Violet, because you do
Violet,
you do some like adult fun content. Not like you're the first to do it or anything like that. But I wonder because you're what do you like? Your early 20s still. Do you ever get this 24? Do you ever get the sense that like men, a certain type of man is like thinking they're trying to pull you out of it, or like do you ever get the sense that certain type of man feels like they're trying to rescue you or scoop you out of this life of content creation and OnlyFans? Do you get the sense that's the kind of attention that you're getting? Or I just feel like
sometimes like
Mandolin
some people are like that. Like I'll take you in, you can have my babies, and I'm waiting for the right one. But yeah, there are a few guys like that, or just all over my DMs that are like, oh, you don't need to be doing this. You know,
I
I'll
can
help you."
change you.
And you're like, I don't remember asking your opinion. That's funny.
Yeah, I think it's sweet, but no thanks.
They probably do mean well, but it is interesting, like the comments, like as you get older. And there's something kind of sad about, I don't know how old Branca is, like 60 something, but like focus on your career, focus on your wife. There's something a little sad about him kind of almost like punching down at like girls in their 20s or 30s even. Like
It's embarrassing.
no one cares
You
what
would
he
think
thinks.
he would mature enough.
What
That's
is
the
the
thing.
point,
It's like, how are
though?
you
Like,
that
what is
old
the
doing
point?
that?
Like, I think he has daughters too, which makes it even more weird because it's like, dude, you have a daughter. Like, why are you talking to girls like that? Like, that's so weird to me that he would talk to women and girls like that.
And look, Violet is an intelligent, self-assured woman. Like, it's like she just goes, "Oh, that's sweet. You're trying to save me, but I
Yeah, that's
like
cute.
myself and what I'm doing." Like, that's cute. Move along, sire. Like, that's a great way to be. Not like, we don't need you. She obviously doesn't need that. And then when somebody comes along, if she wants to, but it's giving her. Correct me if I'm wrong, Violet. It gives you the autonomy over your life. And you seem to like what you're doing, right?
I love what I do. Yeah,
Exactly, right.
I do want to not do it one day, but right now I love it. So.
Exactly, right. It's fun. Exactly.
Yeah,
When
I have a lot of fun.
when we were on the Jack show with Anna, the Branca came on once, and he didn't get along with John Malin, and of course me. I had we had a couple back and forth. And I was trying to lighten the mood, so I was like, "Who's your favorite superhero?" And he's like, "I don't have a favorite superhero. My favorite superhero is winning a divorce trial."
Ooh,
like, what the fuck?
Great answer.
Yeah,
Ooh.
and he's like, that's a superhero feat to win your divorce and like your kids and the right to your kids. And I was like,
Oh my God.
brother,
Which is a good cause. Which is a good
I mean,
cause.
sure,
But
absolutely. But it was like we're trying to lighten the mood.
Yeah.
And he just couldn't even
No.
like he can't even let go for like a brief second. It's like, no, like I'm this guy that's like all women are bad and like any woman that wants a divorce is bad and like all this stuff. It's just freaking crazy.
Leonarda!
Hey,
well,
hi,
guys.
Hello.
More like Leo Carta in a car.
Yeah.
Stop me. Someone stop me.
I'm in
What's
my
going
car.
on? I didn't realize you were trans making a TikTok. I didn't expect to see you in your car.
I was yeah, I had to do a spot, and so I brought my computer with me so that I could get on right afterward.
Oh wow. Where was your spot?
Your favorite place?
The creek?
Yeah.
God bless.
But it was for like an independent show.
Aw, that's cool.
Yeah.
Tell Rebecca I say hi. I miss her.
I will tell her. I will tell her, and then I will get banned from the last place.
Oh,
in Austin
right.
that I'm
Don't
accepted
then.
by.
Don't associate. Oh my
I'm
goodness.
like, Chrissy who? I hardly know her.
Yeah, what? No, I got banned from the creek. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. In 2012 for dating someone that the owner of the creek used to date a whole summer after they were broken up. Yeah. See, this is what we love about showbiz.
No rhyme or reason to anything.
No.
Not at all.
It's just high school with maybe slightly better clothes. So earlier this week, God, even a couple days ago, Leonarda, I had somebody in my DMs on Instagram trying to rally me to the cause of canceling you.
I love it. I love that they don't know that, like, hey, we don't play that fucking game.
What'd
have
she
to take
do that she has to
screenshots.
be canceled?
Oh, this week? Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, what did I do this week?
Let me pull these up. I'm gonna put these in our group chat, and I will pull them up because I always think it's so funny when someone thinks, like, usually when they find out who I am, they're like, "Oh no, let's cancel you too." But she didn't. She didn't really do the work. So she was messaging me about coming after you. Let's pull this up. Bing, 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 bing. Because at first Frank was like, let me add her, let me write her back. I'm like, no, I got it. So Brooke Atkinson, why do you perform with evil people like Leonarda Jonie?
I'm evil.
She's evil. Do you agree with her views that minorities and trans people aren't human and don't deserve to live their lives? Gee, Leonarda, I'm not sure I've heard you say any of these things.
Well, see, what she was doing was she knew what I think, what my thoughts are. Because I just wake up every day and I go, minorities and trans people aren't human and they don't deserve to live their lives. And she knew that. And she totally got that. Even though I'd never said it, I'd never expressed that view or anything that expresses that view. But she got me, dude.
She can read minds, is what you're saying.
She can read minds. She can read minds.
She knows what you're thinking. She knows your
All right, so let's see what happens. So you wrote, what makes her evil? You asked her
I
a
wrote,
logical
what makes
question.
her evil? She has a huge following of Nazis on Twitter and sent them after me because I had they're so elusive, but yet they're all just following you.
Isn't everybody a Nazi now? Like literally
Everybody's a Nazi. Although the people that follow me might actually be Nazis, but whatever. You know, a fan's a fan.
Really?
Oh my God.
A fan's a fan. A fan is a fan. At this point in my career, I cannot afford to turn them away from it.
Okay, she has a huge following of Nazis on Twitter and sent them after me because I had the audacity to say that her quote joke that she would save Hitler if he were in a burning building with trans people. I have had continued death threats since she started posting my info and harassment.
How did she write that with serious face?
Here's the best play. Here's the best point of this fucking victim. Look at the way this person just spins this whole fucking victim mentality. Number one, I put up a meme that was fucking hilarious. You know those memes where they put up 4 people and they go, you can only save one, and they're usually like 4 great people that you want to save.
Yeah,
and this one's like 4 terrible people. It's like 3. It was like Sam Smith.
Oh yes,
Sam Smith, that Dylan character, and the Leah Swimmer character, and then Hitler. And it was like, you can only save one. Which one would you say? And I just reposted
Hitler too.
I was like, we all know which one.
Yeah.
And it ain't going to be the 3 fucking annoying. He's got a problem with the Jews. I'm okay.
Yeah.
These 3 got a problem with me.
Yeah.
So anyway, it was just being funny, you know, it's because it's fucking hilarious.
Funny. It's good satire.
Totally good satire. So she goes in there and she responds something. She tweets under that something horrible about me and how she's going to get me canceled and all this stuff. So all I did was retweet her comment, and I wrote, these are the kind of people that exist. They think they can cancel me, you know, and that's it. And she goes, she sent these people. No, bitch, you came on my page. You wrote that on my page. And all I did was retweet and blow you up. But you think you can just go hidden and do all this stuff in secret, and then nobody's going to call you out. And I said, it's 2024. It's time for the cancelers to know that we're canceling them.
And they'll always phrase it that way, because I get the same comments. Like, I sent people after you. It's like, no, you came onto my thread and you started shit with me.
Thread. I reposted it
with a comedian. We're gonna roast you. We're gonna answer back. Like you
and not for nothing.
Be able to bring it.
My fans aren't all about that. They're like, we like her. How about you shut the fuck up?
Right.
Because what they try to do, this is the best part about cancelers, they are so fucking egotistical and arrogant and selfish that they want their opinion to be the only opinion that matters. They totally disregard that, hey, there's a huge plethora of people who like my comedy and feel like rejuvenated
they're
by it.
Nazis, so we have to disregard them.
Yeah. And then the irony is that they're the ones who are behaving like fascists.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Can I ask you a real quick question?
Yeah.
But by any chance, did you see that transphobe list going around, and are you on it?
Good question.
Can I nominate myself?
Yes.
I wasn't
apparently
on
you
it.
can.
I'm really upset.
Apparently you can put yourself on the list.
Cool.
Dude, I would be like numero uno. I was
Can you
making
send
fun
me
of
the
trans
link?
people before it was cool.
Yeah, hang on. I'll share this for a second. Okay, do you want to finish this and then we'll
Yeah,
go
wait,
into this
okay.
transphobe
So
list?
apparently she's been getting continued death threats. You posted her info. I don't know.
I've just retweeted her. I just retweeted her.
That's posting. It's like the
Her
libs of
info.
TikTok. You're just holding up a mirror. You're just showing them who they are, and they're like, "Oh my god, I'm doxxed."
Yeah.
I said, "How do you know that Nazis follow her?" She said, "Because they have been celebrating Hitler." And she said,
What?
"Trans people deserve threats online." And it's all, and this is what the screenshot she puts in. She just someone saying
Yeah.
the bitch locked down her account, scared of people sending her rude DMs, I guess. And you just
They
said
should
they
all
should
be
be
afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about the cancelers.
Right.
So because they only believe in they, them as referring to trans people and forget about the original dummy. What a dummy.
And then lastly, let's see here. What was the last thing she said? Was this it here? No. Okay, let's bring up one more screen. Bing, 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 bing.
Bing, bing, bing.
Bing, bing, bing.
Bing,
Why
bing,
can't I? Oh, right. The last screenshot is where I actually called her by accident on my Instagram phone, which was really embarrassing.
It happens.
I was like, oh no. All right, why can't I bring up okay, something is wrong with my StreamYard. Let's find the screen. Is this it? This is it. Okay, here's where I accidentally call her. Whoops. Okay, so she does the screenshot of they should be afraid, and then I go, I'm so sorry that happened to you. Trans people are kind of obnoxious, though. Let's be honest. I'm sorry that happened to you. Then I did a video call. Whoops. Embarrassing. I said, whoops, butt dial. And then I said, how are they celebrating Hitler? His birthday isn't until next month. And she didn't respond.
Yeah, because she knew you weren't having it.
She's gonna block you now. I'm surprised you're not blocked.
She blocked me at first because I retweeted her, and then she thought that was gonna do. And I was like, nope, I have a screenshot, bitch. So I posted the screenshot.
Oh,
So
poor
this
Brooke.
is that transphobe list that's been going around.
Okay.
Missy B, I like that.
I'm not on
Did somebody say Hitler?
Get that. I want one.
He's a cutie. He was on top of my tree this year.
Oh my god!
Wow,
so sweet.
84,000 Twitter names. If we didn't make that list, I'm going to be really upset.
So
I
this,
didn't make
this
it.
person made, I didn't make it either, but you know who did make the list? And not once, but twice. She's been put on there. Our very own Anna, that Star Wars girl.
Yay.
There she is. She's been on there
See?
twice.
How is she on it twice and I'm on nuns?
The funniest part is that Brianna Wu, and I don't know if you guys know who this person is, but this is this is like one of those crazy, like just crazy people that
They supported Keffels, right? Like with
yeah,
them
yeah, yeah, yeah.
giving hormones to children or
So
helping doing that.
Yeah, and she's like involved in other stupid shit. Anyways, she apparently was on there, and she's like, "Hey, quick question. I'm for minors transitioning, for adults transitioning. I've talked at length about the need for trans civil rights to be a Democratic Party priority. I was one of the people that helped the Leah Alcorn story go national. I've hired trans people, done ads encouraging trans civil rights to pass, spoken at LGBTQ conferences on trans issues for trans sex work. I support MB people. I have a position on trans equality and would be considered extremely extreme by most of America. Do you think that by including me, for not having the absolute maximum view on trans issues, you're watering down the terms and making it harder to call out serious transphobes. So she was on the list.
Wow. What is the absolute maximum view on trans issues? I'm so curious.
I have no idea.
That you should be able to transition kids in the womb because they're giving you a signal that's
Oh
like,
yeah,
"I
trans
can't talk."
trans at birth. Okay.
I'm gonna look your Twitter thing up on this. Okay,
I
let's
don't
see. What are
know.
you
This
at,
is like-
Leonarda?
Yeah, Leonarda _
Like I appreciate the fact that they're getting criticism from their own side. But with that said, that post was giving pick me. It was like, please don't put me on the list. Please. I suck dicks. Please. I suck
Yeah.
rainbow dicks all day. I don't deserve to be on that list.
Rainbow dicks.
I'm for splitting your dick inside out. Don't put me on the list.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Ah.
Insane. Insane.
Oh my god.
I'm growing one on my arm right now.
I mean, that's the insanity. They urge their position as the position of compassion, and you're literally mutilating people.
Yeah, you're pro sterilization.
People.
Wow.
Children.
Congrats.
Children.
Well, children, people too, though. I don't give a fuck. I'm not. Oh, adults can do what they want. No, they can't, because we're all affected by it, and kids see it. We can't. I disagree with that.
It's such a short term.
I'm the absolute pro max of anti-trans, so I should be on that fucking list.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a short-term thrill, and people now are seeing how there are like urinary tract issues. People are like struggling with their health down the line, and
I
they
can't imagine because I hate a UTI.
Like what? Just you were part of a fucking club, you psycho.
Yeah.
How they're spitting out hairballs out of their pussy, and yeah,
Hairballs?
they're still
What?
doing surgeries. Yeah, trans people, when they get their dicks inverted, sorry for being graphic, but that's what it
No.
is. They grow
Mm.
hair because penis has hair on it, so they grow hair inside their manginas, and then the hairballs come out, and it get infections, and it smells
Ugh.
really bad. Apparently, according
Hairballs?
to Reddit.
There
They-
are
yes,
hairballs?
they're-
God.
yes,
Now
like
hairball.
pussy hairballs.
But also,
And-
can we go back to the furry dick? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, because hair can grow on penises, like how like on the base. Sorry for being graphic, but
No,
like,
no, I'm
Be graphic.
like-
Be more graphic.
Say
but
baby.
there's pubes on the base, so when they invert it, sometimes the
Oh.
manginas can get hairballs inside, and it causes infection with pus, and so they have to dilate by putting an object in them to keep the hole that's pus and infected open.
I think you have to
And-
do that no matter what if you turn it
It's like
into
a really bad
I
ingrown
like
hair.
that this is now a medical show because I
And
want
yet-
to show people that we have range as a show.
And
I
yeah.
have my doctorate. So.
Why are they still doing these surgeries?
Qualified.
Like, you don't have the technology to do this. How many people suffer? Most people are suffering really bad from those surgeries. Like, how is that ethical? We have the science for it. Maybe you can make the argument. But this is like
Leonarda, you're
caveman
not
shit.
on here.
Damn it.
See,
I've got.
I don't trust the whole thing.
I have to try harder, dude.
We need to sign a petition to get her on there, guys. Let's all sign and get her on
I
there.
can't believe Anna's on there twice.
now.
This person needs to do their research.
That's too
And
funny.
people said that the surgery, by the way, is so bad. They'll post on Reddit about it because that's where you post about being a trans. And anyway, they'll post about it and say how bad the pain is, and it's so bad that it makes them want to log out of life.
Kill
So it's
themselves.
not a
Yeah.
real thing.
That makes sense.
That's why I was like, Joseph Mangala is weeping with envy from his grave right now at all this shit going on. Like,
Yeah.
it's wild that they're just going with this. Like, I know trans people, I've known them for over a decade, and they would never get bottom surgery. That was never even in their mind because it's so bad. Like, you
It should
lose
heal.
feeling, and it's just not a good thing to do. And now they're like pushing them to do it. And I'm like, I just don't understand anything going on anymore.
Yeah, you're not serious unless you're a science experiment.
If
Well,
they had the
it's the
technology,
practice
then
of
maybe,
medicine.
but like the fact that this is legal and the doctors are keeping their licenses and making
Yeah.
money off of it is actually crazy, because you would never see this when it comes to things like organ donation. You have to give away your organs for free, guys. It's illegal to sell them for you to make profit off of it. You're not allowed to do that, but what you are allowed to do is invert your penis, even though we don't have the technology to actually safely do it, in terms of not getting these serious infections, horrible aftermath, hairy pus balls coming out. Like, come
Yeah.
on. The pain, people getting depression afterwards, countless posts, people detransitioning afterwards.
If an adult wants to invert their penis,
God bless.
let-
Do it with
let
your own
God
money
bless.
that
Yes,
you
right.
saved up from working a job.
Yeah,
I'm gonna launch a campaign against that too. I'm like, I don't give a shit. No,
Do it. Don't
we
ask.
don't let people, like we don't let people like just freely do, like we make drugs illegal, right? It's like, why do
Exactly.
we do that? Because you become everybody's problem. That's the thing. Like, that used to be recognized as you have a mental disorder, and the fact that somehow it became a campaign to show how accepting and loving you are is just, to me, a complete inversion. Like, it's not accepting and loving.
No pun intended. Inversion. You see what I did there?
Right. And aren't they looking to didn't they decriminalized drugs in Portland, and now they're looking to they have already recriminalized hard drugs.
Yeah, because it wasn't the answer.
It was a bad move.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it would be terrible if I felt like I were a dude, and I know that Dylan Mulvaney is my identical twin sister. If I felt like I was growing up and like I am not in the right body, that would be terrible. And I think that does happen. But you have to really seriously be an adult to chop your dick off and have pus balls coming out.
But just because you,
yeah, you can't. I think the children, give it a minute. We don't need them. We don't need, we don't need the preschool teacher asking your son if he wants a manicure. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't.
You know what? I respect people like Buck Angel who put in serious time and effort to actually pass as a man, to do the workouts necessary, to do the hormones necessary, and actually like get your mind as right as it can be. And I respect people like Blair White. Same thing. I don't respect these dudes who think they can just go to TJ Maxx and buy one skirt. It's like, no. You want to be a woman? Let's see you put in hours and hours every day into figuring out your hair, makeup, clothes, and you better pass. Or just actual women have to do to get.
Just playing devil's advocate here, or you could take all that time and put it into figuring out what the fuck is wrong with you, that you can't accept the physical body that you're in, and maybe heal and recover and figure out how to like make peace with this. You know what? I identify as a size 4, but I had to come to terms with the fact that my ass will never fit in one of those pants and be okay with it. I'm not going to chop off my ass muscles so they could get into size 4. I just started dating guys of a different persuasion.
Ooh.
Oh, just kidding. But I just said, you're not going to be a size 4, bitch. It's not you. You're not built for it. What am I going to do? Kill myself for it? No.
Right.
No, you have a point.
But like, what kind of doctor agrees to that? Like, the doctor is the one that's agreeing to it, and they should be like figuring out what else is wrong with you, right?
Well, they're just as psyoped. They're just as psyoped as we are, and they have a medical system. Well, they have a medical system that threatens for them to lose their license, lose their practice. If that's what the narrative is saying, and you go, you want to hold on to this, you go, you're being archaic, doctor. You're being transphobic, and you're gone. And they make money off of going with the tide. So how many of them are really going to stand against it?
Yeah, that's
Back
when
in
we
the
have
day-
those are two different things. Those are the principle of the medical field, and then the principles at home. Like what values are we being presented with that have fuck this? People are gonna hate me for that. I guess like they fucked up. They there's something not connecting there that they feel a void in, that they were lacked in their raising. So whatever, if you're home, there's something wrong there. And like, you may have mommy issues, you may have daddy issues, you may have both. And that could drive you.
You may be possessed by a demon. We don't know.
Right. You need to be willing to go to those places and ask those questions and try to figure that out, instead of just like doing whatever you're being pushed. This is being pushed down these kids' throat. This isn't just like out of nowhere. This is like
Ellen Page, and you were fucking molested in Hollywood. Maybe we should tackle that issue before transing someone.
I believe Ellen Page. Look, she looks like a twink. She looks hot now. Like honestly, like I believe Ellen Page. Like I believe that she was
Hot to
like,
who?
Yeah,
well,
hot to who?
other
Who wants to fuck that?
well
F's in the chat if you're attracted to Elliot Page or Ellen. Well, Elliot.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think she's more of a. I think she looks good, and I think she seems comfortable. Why would you go through?
I think
it
Elliot
other
is
than-
the worst example of the trans person because, like, Elliot looks so depressed. Like, I've never seen a trans person look so depressed.
True.
She's
You don't
in,
see.
but
You
that's
don't
it.
see them
Where
smile
She's on
anymore.
heroin.
Where I'm coming from is I can't imagine, especially being rich and famous in the public eye. Look at Caitlyn Jenner, okay? He was a fucking why at 60 years old would he go and do that? I mean,
bored.
is it mental illness or some bored?
Too many
Maybe,
women
but
around
like
him.
maybe there's
Not enough
something
male
that like I
friends.
need to do it.
Because
That
Kris
I'm
Jenner
all right
basically cut his dick off years ago, so now he's just following that. Like, fuck it.
He gave it to Kris Jenner.
He gave it to Kris Jenner. See, the thing is with this is that I have a hard time wanting to kind of like, pile on people who do have gender dysphoria because I mean there is a very small percentage of people that do have that,
That's
and that
what I'm
does
talking
suck.
about. There's a very
Like-
small percentage, right? And that must be fucking terrible.
And I met one. Like I met one the other day, and we had a really, really great conversation. That wasn't the other day, it was like last year. And we had a really great conversation, and it was like fantastic, like just to get to know this person and like where they're coming from. And they were against like this, what's going on with the kids. They're like, and this person was like well within their 30s and was like, this is something I just feel like I have to do for myself now, and like whatever. And they were gonna go get on hormones and stuff like that. And I feel like a person like that that's done their research and knows and like doesn't want to like shove it in other people's face. That's not my battle. Like I'm not gonna go and fight.
Thing,
That's a
right.
different like like this person has clearly decided what they want to do, and they have every right to do it. I mean, it's like people do all sorts of things I don't agree with all the time. I don't like drinking, and people drink all the time. It's not something that I can do, but I think alcohol destroys lives. I really do. I honestly think that alcohol destroys lives every day. You're killing your kidney, you're killing your health. People have died. I mean,
It's
homes have
literally a
been
level
wrecked.
1 carcinogen.
Literally, and it's
You don't
fine, and it's
say.
socially acceptable to do it, and it's and I don't judge anyone who wants to do it, but
It's just White
like-
Claw. I swear. I know I'm the only one. It's
In
not
moderation.
alcohol. It's fine.
Cutting off your dick is not moderation. But
exactly, yeah, cutting off your dick is definitely not moderation.
I'm very live and let live. And I feel like if you are an adult and you really feel like you need to do that, and you've been through all of the therapy and whatever the hoops you have to jump through to do it, I feel like you should be able to. But
You don't need to
with
jump
the
through hoops
kids,
anymore.
yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like back in the day, you had to, but nowadays, like Lauren Southern did something about this like years ago. This is one of her first stunts where she in Canada would just put a baseball cap on with her hair tucked inside, and they wrote male on her ID. She was legally a male from trolling and putting a baseball cap on. You don't have to do anything to get that nowadays, even if you're a kid.
No, that's why they should all
And
have
God forbid you
gender
try to stop
affirming
it.
therapists. You're supposed to be talking to them and straightening things out, not just affirming everything they say. Like, you shouldn't have that in your name as a therapist. You're not affirming anything. Like, that's weird. You're just going to be like, yeah, okay. Like, no, you're not supposed to be affirming them. You're supposed to help them, really help them. And they're not. They're just like, yeah, okay, you are. So they get more money. And it's fucked up.
And then you take those steps back. It's like step 1, make them question. Make them question their thing. And look at all the fucking things that are on Netflix right now. These shows that like are like men kissing men. And it's like, you don't need to show children this. You're making them question.
Sure
things
they do.
shouldn't be
Sure they do.
questioning.
They're trying to indoctrinate them. Look,
Exactly.
See, I'm gonna stand on this.
Now they get the surgery. Like, I'm just.
I will be the last person standing on this, but I think No, there's no such thing as gender affirming care. If a person is suffering from gender dysphoria, it does not mean we have to fucking stone them. That's not what I'm saying. But if you agree that doing a gender transitioning surgery at the end of the day is on the whole harmful and detrimental because you are in fact destroying an intact human body, then it doesn't matter if the person is 12, 35, 65. It doesn't matter.
Leonarda, I'm against
harming.
plastic surgery on yourself. Like I'm against getting nose jobs. So like
I'm with you.
like going to get, you know what
So
I mean?
my thing is we have confused what compassion really is. Compassion is not affirming somebody's mental illness. Schizophrenics think they're talking to people. They might be talking to demons. It doesn't mean we should encourage them to do what those voices are telling them because they really feel that if they don't do it, they're not going to have peace. That's not the way.
Yeah, no, it's a really fine line because
I have a very dangerous question.
Ooh,
ask it. Please.
It's very dangerous.
Is it about?
Have you guys ever known or met a trans person that was not in some form sexually abused?
That I don't know.
I knew a trans person, but the first trans person I ever met was in my improv group in like 2006 or 7, and I don't actually know if they were or weren't. So
here's another dangerous question. Have you ever met a gay person who wasn't sexually molested as a child?
Yes, my brother,
I know
boyfriend,
someone.
gay. Yes, they.
Okay, your
100%.
brother?
They were never sexually molested at all. They're perfectly happy. Yeah, not a.
That's not true,
a
Keanu.
sexual
I
molestation in sight. Yes,
I touched your brother. I touched him.
Leonarda, how dare you? Rocco, are you all right? No, I'm just teasing.
Keanu, were they exposed to
I
rhinestones
was his
at a young
8th grade
age?
teacher.
Oh my God, no, that is no.
I said, get over here and show me your junk, son.
Venti, to answer your question, I've known a few trans people, and as far as I know, no, they were not sexually molested. At least they didn't, like, we weren't close enough for them to confide that in me. But so the answer is no.
Here's the thing for me. I watched Blair White's video where she was basically interviewed by a therapist or something, and she was kind of going over her past and being trans and everything. And she's like the most reasonable trans person everyone knows, right? Like she's the first person that comes up when anyone says, like, can you name one rational trans
She's your
person?
neighborhood trans, yeah.
And even in her case, she made heavy implications that something happened to her. She didn't go into detail, but it was very, very heavily implied.
What did she say
So
that
it
made
even
it sound like that?
Oh, when she was talking about her male family member and like that she didn't want to talk about something that they did. It was very heavily implied, but like I think anyone watching would have drawn that conclusion. But if even she, the most rational trans person you know, something happened to them sexually, and also she did experience rape before. She went over that in her really early content. I've been watching her since she had 20,000 subs, so she went over that story before. And even she was touched. So I don't know. I feel like that says something. I think there's something there between like dissociating and coping with that trauma.
Yeah, Brittany's right in that, because when we were talking about the quiet on set, and even a lot of people have trouble even voicing it, and they defend their abusers. It's really hard for them to even get past that. Like, address it and then say that it was a problem. Like, they'll be like, oh no, it was no big deal. It's like, fine. And because a lot of times they blame themselves, the victim blaming, like, oh, I did that, So, I don't think a lot of times you're going to get somebody who just willfully will come out and say it. It's really hard. Like, they are struggling with it. And a lot of times that shows through certain behaviors instead of actually talking about it. That's why you need to go to therapy. You need to get down to like, why do I do this behavior? So, and some behaviors, there's a huge, we're humans, like we're all over the place. So it's like, is it drinking? Is it gambling? Is it?
But how are they going to go to therapy when like the therapist, like my therapist started putting her pronouns in her bio? Like this was like 6 years ago.
Therapist.
Oh no! I was like, oh yeah. I was like, I'm done with you. I can't try. You don't have a good grip on reality.
At the doctor,
You're following all the other bullshit. Like,
what are your pronouns? I'm like, what am I supposed to say? I'm like, Z?
It's like
Where?
office HR.
I don't even know. I'm like, I'm a
Yeah.
she.
Yeah, that's an alarm bell for me too. Like if a therapist is like, give me your like I have pronouns now. Like I feel like, okay, well I have a new therapist now. Goodbye.
That's literally what I did. I was like, okay, you are mentally ill as well, and I have to go.
Oh, we got a couple of supers I'm gonna blow through. From Ben's. I don't know what kind of currency this is, but thank you. You guys know Roosh V? No, but thank you.
Yes, I do. I do know Roosh V. Roosh V is the shit, man. You guys should look him up. You should look up some of his videos.
I disagree. I completely disagree. He was very pro censorship. He like lied about me not paying taxes at one point because I happened to have locked my account when I was on vacation. And like there was this thing called Thought Audit where like OnlyFans girls or equivalent were getting like reported to IRS for not paying taxes. And so like out of nowhere, he included me in that, even though I had nothing to do with this. I had no idea what was going on. I was on vacation, just locked my account, and he lied about it. And he never apologized, never corrected himself.
When was
years
this?
later, what?
Oh, this was back in the day.
Yeah. Then years later, he did apologize in DMs, and I asked, "Well, could you clarify it publicly so you could clear my name, since you know it's not true?" And he said he didn't do it.
Yeah.
So I don't like him for that. And also he fell for my troll because like I bought pre-made cookies that are very clearly pre-made, like you know the Pillsbury ones that are like chocolate and vanilla. And I was like, look at these fresh baked cookies I made. I'm so trad. And he actually got mad and believed it. It was on like Blood Sports back in the day.
Like that lawyer with that granny filter.
But I'll say this because people don't know. Roosh V is controversial in the sense that his old self, that guy would have been like total trash because he was one of these, you know, he was in the manosphere and he was talking about like the way men gotta get women and all this stuff. And then he had a whole conversion of faith because his sister died of cancer and it sent him into his deep depression. Well, it woke him up. He realized that the way he was living was totally empty and meaningless. And if you watch, well, he transitioned into a totally different person. So his stuff, like I've seen his newer videos, and you can see there's marked change. There's an actual human there with compassion. And you go, and I think it's really important for the men that are in that right wing, you know, these guys on Fresh and Fair, blah, blah, blah. They just have this hostile attitude towards women. They have this like conquer and slay and all this stuff. And just to see where that path leads you and to see how like deadening that actually makes them. And then to see somebody who comes out of it and actually has life and is really like, he's not even on any socials anymore because, he's really practicing what he was talking about.
Oh, I was actually going to ask, like, is he on Twitter? And you just answered.
No, but you can look up some of his old. You can look up some YouTube videos from the recent years because I think he took all of his Twitter stuff down. He had like 70,000 followers or something.
He was wild back in the day. Like
he was wild.
I will appreciate if somebody improves, but I want to make the caveat that the whole thing of him not correcting, like telling people to report me to IRS, that was after his conversion. But that said, that's really bad, and I think he should clear my name. But anyway, back in the day, I remember this one incident that really sticks out to me. There was this girl. It was really similar to the incident we were talking about today with me wearing turtlenecks. There was this girl. She was a police officer minding her own business. Someone took a creep shot of her just like standing there. And she's wearing black pants, like normal black pants, but she has a fat ass. She got the badonkadonk, okay? And he like quote tweeted it or like replied to it and was like, oh, how inappropriate. And people were like responding saying, oh, what's she going to do? Leave her ass at home?
Oh my God.
Leave so he was wild back in the day, really.
Yeah, I think that's true. Like I think but that's to me, you know, because I when I see people who really get changed by like a faith in God or whatever, the proof is in the pudding in the way that they act. And I go, there's hope there because I feel like we live in a materialistic, deadening world that has us chasing things that have no purpose. And each of us can get lost in different things. Like the men are getting lost in this, you know, false masculinity of conquer, all this stuff. Some of the women are getting lost in this trad wife LARP thing where you just see them, they seem like totally checked out, like fucking Stepford wife zombies, you know?
Sure.
Some lost in feminism, like, and so it's like to see somebody who you go, no, that you're not faking it, and that doesn't mean you're perfect because we're all human or whatever, but the transformation from being this like dead, like person that was dead inside and who saw women as like something to be acquired and conquered and fought with, which I think we encounter a lot in the manosphere.
Yeah.
That was like, I was like, that's like, guys, you guys got to pay attention to that,
Because they don't see them as like human. I don't know. Or
they don't see them as human, but they've also they're because they're so, everything's so like messed up or whatever, they're thinking that the solution is to conquer women. It's like, we're on the same team.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
Exactly. It's just it's all about their erections. They just can't quell them. I mean, at the end of the day, they just can't quell their erections.
And I'm pro erection.
Whether we're wearing a turtleneck or a pleated skirt or whatever, it doesn't matter what she wears. They can't quell their erections. Somebody has an erection for every woman out there, no matter who you are.
I hope people watching this program have erections. James Shart, thanks to Super Chat. Andrew Branca is a very good self-defense lawyer. He also is a poster child for Dunning-Kruger, and he seems to have blocked about half the internet. God bless. Good for him. Hope he gets well soon. Dave Chandler, I used to read Branca years ago. He's living proof that you can be a genius in one field, self-defense, but still behave like an ass when using Twitter. Yeah, Twitter is not for everyone.
Yeah. Back on the post button. Do your research before you see. I told you. She's following you. Like, don't
Clear it
don't
with your
hit that
grandkids.
until you fucking know unequivocally. Oh, this is a joke, right?
Oh, it's a goat. Thank you, goat. Neurotic, shout you out on unsubscribed podcast.
I think they mean nerdrotic.
Oh, nerdrotic. Okay. Russell Hall, you can't mutilate people who aren't people.
Well, that's a little.
Everyone is people. That's just my radical view.
Damn,
Russell
Russell.
Hall, let that be a lesson to you boys. If you're going to turn your dick into a pussy, make sure to get laser hair removal first. But who has the time? Push-ups. Venti is correct. Have you seen the W Path files? No. Are they next to the
Yeah.
X Files? Simon Ho says gender affirming care is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Absolutely. Chris B.
true.
In my opinion, transgenderism is at least 95% untreated severe mental illness, latching onto the idea of physical change instead of addressing the root cause. Yeah, 100% right. Mix that in a society that tries treating all problems with drugs, and here we are in the land of perverts and manshees.
That's a really good point about the drugs, because I feel like no matter how much, forget the trans issues for a second. Like, this is, we live in a world where like literally everything is like here's the drug for it or whatever. Like, I have I've talked about the story before where my mom's friend went to the doctor for like sleep. She was sleep deprived and she just needed, I was like, she just should have taken some melatonin, but the doctor gave her some drug that had some hormones. And anyway, long story short, she ended up getting breast cancer. She had to have like her breast removed because she just went to the doctor to be able to sleep better. And it ended up being a misdiagnosis where she had to do that.
I'd rather be not sleeping, but keep my tits.
Exactly. So it's just like, but it's, we live in that world, and it's just and this world is the world where, the pharmaceutical companies are in the business of keeping people unwell. Like, they are not in the business of healing people. You are their lifetime, basically piggy bank that they're gonna go to for the rest of their lives. And trans people are a big target because of that very fact.
You're a returning customer as a pharmaceutical consumer. You're a returning customer. That's the biggest sale. Like, how do I get this person back? Well, you may not get them back for the original reason they came for, but the side effect's going to surely bring them in for a visit.
It's the movie Love and Other Drugs. The they're peddling these medicines. They're like, whatever I have in my bag, can you please push Prozac this week? Like, what are you going to get me? A cruise? Sure. All right. Hey, yeah, I'll do Prozac. I think you need Prozac. Yeah, exactly.
Chris B. again, they treat pride flags like a religious symbol. Oh, absolutely. It's replaced religion. That tells us everything about the so-called movement. Thank you, Chris B.
And real quick, again, and I don't even want I don't even want to talk about the trans issues, but it's just interesting to me that it's been leading up to this point where now this is like the end result of like, oh, we need like, we need to put these kids on hormones or whatever else. But it all actually started like way long ago where we were like, oh, these kids have way too much energy. So let's put them on Adderall and fucking ADD medicine and Ritalin and fucking whatever. Like this has been going on for fucking ever, where people are misdiagnosing these kids that are, dysregulated and have emotional problems. Maybe they're children of divorce. Maybe they're not getting attention that they need at home. Maybe they're being like, maybe the schools suck. Maybe they're just not getting the attention that they need. And they're acting out. And we're like, oh, let's just put them on drugs and fucking like, whatever. And now it's like, oh, now they're having fucking gender ideology issues. Let's put them on drugs and transition them to the other side. I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous.
I wholeheartedly think that's probably because of TikTok too, and iPad children. And I can't blame any parent that gives their kid an iPad, because if it were screaming, I'd be like, I don't know what to do for you. Here, watch something. But you really can't.
I mean, that's an addiction in itself too, Keanu, because like the screen time and TikTok and YouTube is a huge addiction.
Except for this program.
No, you should be addicted to this program.
Blaine Hope says, when I was an 80s, 90s kid, they were pushing toys, games, and movies. They don't do that anymore. The only thing they're trying to sell to kids now is sex, and of course also
that's
drugs.
Great. No, could we like tap on that a little bit? Because if you think about it, like that's early on psyop shit. It's like give these kids plastic, which is a hormone disruptor, which we're learning more now. And then movies, psyops, games. It's just like, here, stop going outside, stay inside. Right. It's just like stay inside to get programmed. Because if you're out there riding your bike and learning about things and whatnot and exploring, then no, you're not controllable at that level. You can't be independent riding your bike with friends and learning all that. No, you need to be in your house with plastic and shitty movies.
And being programmed. Yeah, that's a really good point, Missy. Crazy Cat. Brittany, would you consider doing a deep dive into the Soska sisters? They're satanic, intersectional feminists currently grifting conservative geeks.
I have no idea who they are.
Burn them.
I think they illustrated the
they're the new comic book artist for Eric July's comic called Yaira. I'll talk to you about this later, Brittany.
Okay.
I don't know anything about them, but I've seen things.
Satanic, intersectional, hilarious, dude.
It's a triple threat.
We're gonna worship Satan, but we're gonna do it in equity.
You gotta. You can't leave anybody out. Thank you, JB. Does Leonarda request? I want to hear her say, "Hey, I'm walking in."
Sure, I'll do it. Hey, I'm walking here. You're making me spill my coffee.
My dick moved.
You're a better person than I. I wouldn't have done that. I've been like,
I don't really
catch
care.
me outside to hear that. Iron Liz from Channel Awesome is a pretty level-headed base trans person and one of the few members of that clique that didn't go off the deep end. Iron Liz from Channel Awesome. Okay, thank you, Neo. Jeremy Parkhurst. My only problem with how any female would dress is when 12 to 16-year-olds dress like prostitutes and strippers on Halloween. Oh, yeah. I mean, they're kids still. So I would agree with you on that. You got to parent your daughters. Yo. Ultra. Those guys are not real red. Theirs are tainted with black pills. Being white guys, they are probably intentionally taking fentanyl. What? Okay.
Intentionally taking fentanyl.
What?
The name of a punk band.
Master Lions. Thank you for the super sticker. Take the ride. We need a thoughts for the cause movement. More hidden camera expose of government agents and corporate lames. Why would someone date an IRS agent? I don't know. Maybe they have a kink.
So you don't have to pay taxes, dog.
There we go.
You got to get on the inside, man.
Russell
Hey,
Hall.
all these girls over here fucking for houses and shit. No, dude.
Yeah.
You gotta fuck for taxes.
Fuck for taxes. Russell Hall says if you look into the Soskas, avoid their old films. I don't know anything about that. Interesting. I don't know why I'm congested like all the time now. Maybe it's a
Because
pregnancy.
there's another person sponging off of your immune system.
It's so annoying, LeeAnn, and I know this is true because I really truly never get sick. And I had like a sinus infection that lasted basically for 2 weeks, which never happens. Like if I'm sick, it's maybe 3 or 4 days or something. And it's like my immune system has completely given up on me personally, and it's just
It's what
focusing on
Renesmee did to Bella on Twilight.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. You gotta start drinking blood, Chrissy.
Yeah.
That's why she had those very sharp cheekbones, right? Sucked all of her life sources out.
It's so annoying.
How did
It
it
hurts.
look when you saw him like punching through your belly the other night? What did that
Yeah, I
look
saw
like?
him like it was crazy. It feels like for the men that are listening, like if you ever have a cramp, like oh, you really have to go to the bathroom, it feels that. But if like it could move around inside of you, it's like
Oh my
that
god.
kind of feeling.
Aliens.
Yeah, it does feel like an alien moving.
Did you take
around
a
inside.
video of it?
The alien. No, I should take a video of it because you can just see. Like I can't see a foot, but
You
I
have
know
to
where.
before he gets out of there. Before he breaks out, you got to get it on there.
I know
He's
where
coming out early. He is. He's sliding out like maybe tonight.
Are you filming that?
Oh, let's go.
Are you filming that? The birth?
No, maybe a live stream. I don't know.
All right.
I think
I
On
don't think
Rumble, they probably will let you.
it has to be a Rumble exclusive.
Yeah.
Oh, and do the baby pool, everyone. Everyone
Yes.
should do the baby pool.
Everyone, baby pool, especially because my birth plan doesn't involve any drugs, just racial slurs.
Yes.
I actually can't believe that you're not going to take drugs. You know, as much as I'm against drugs, if I was to give birth, I would 100% be like, give me that fucking epidural. I don't want to feel shit. Like, I want to wake up and there's a baby in my arm.
know. I'm like, put her out or give her the legal maximum limit of drugs. But no, she's like,
No
no,
way.
I'm German.
I
I can do this on my own.
I love that. You're so like this is actually the definition of stunning and brave because you know you can get wrecked down there, girl. And you're just like, I don't care, bring it on.
I have a good friend who just had a baby who didn't do any drugs, and she said it's very doable. So I'm very inspired by her.
Oh
Are
my
you like
God.
doing it
She's
at home
lying.
in, like,
She's
a
lying
pool?
to you.
She's
I
lying.
think she's lying to
She's
you
lying
too.
to you.
I 100% agree. I think
I have a
Pops
question for the baby
baby
pool.
out.
Is there a bet if that you change your mind and do take drugs? Is that like
drugs?
bracket or whatever?
No,
make
that's
it a
not a bracket.
I don't bet. I don't know. the
Me
term.
neither.
As
just-
far
I'm
as,
just-
there is a time period though. From what I understand, there's a time period where once you go into labor after a certain time, you cannot take the drug anymore.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make
Right.
it to that point and then be like, just hold on a little bit longer. My pride is such that I would rather be in excruciating pain than just like
You should increase your like pain thing. You should just start stubbing your toe on
Mhm.
shit and just
Yes.
like level up, you know? Like that's who did that? Who like they jumped out of when they escaped prison, they kept like really fucking up their
Great
ankles.
idea.
Who
And
was
the
that?
Asians,
Dahmer?
the Asians have something like a comb that you can squeeze in your hand. It's called like a labor
Mm.
comb, and it's supposed to like stab you in the hand, and like that pain is supposed to distract you from your
Nice.
cooter pain.
Leave it to the Asians to be like, there's a woman in pain. Let's give her more.
Yeah.
Just tell
Maybe-
Frank to fist you.
Yeah, why don't you just bind your feet as well?
Punching you in the face when you're giving birth and he's just punching you in the face.
Oh
That's
my
like a good practice.
Oh my God.
Do you want to
You're like,
walk
"And it'll
around
stretch it out, so you might not have to,
a
like,
bed of
rip
hot
it."
coals before you give birth? Just
That's a
just
great
like-
idea.
No,
I was doing a
Anthony.
class where they have you do breathing and you're holding ice in your hand and you're like, you breathe because it's like it's kind of painful to hold ice in your hand. And they just, I have more classes to do, but
Hospital is like medical hotel. If they're giving you the drugs for a reason for the pain, take all of the drugs. Get a morphine button.
I
think.
hate drugs. I hate them. I hate doctors. I hate hospitals.
You won't be addicted.
I don't like any of it.
Baby will.
That's
No,
what
just-
they all say. That's what
Don't
they
come
all say, Keanu. I'll give you the first one for free. Don't worry. Not addicted.
I'm so relieved that we did find one pediatrician because I was getting scared that none would see us because we're what you would call vaccine hesitant.
Nice.
And I was getting the feeling that they would all reject us if we wouldn't go along with like the New York State public school like vaccine regime. But we found a guy who will see us if we don't do anything. So that was
Nice.
That's
huge.
awesome.
That was a huge weight lifted. I was like, oh, great.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Who knows? But it's like, it's nice to know that's an option.
I
know
feel like
you
the
and-
vaccines gave me allergies. Like I got allergies as an adult, and it was right after the vaccines that happen to have small amounts of the things I'm allergic to.
Like corn.
So
Corn.
yeah, and nobody in my family at all on either side has any allergies or immunity issues whatsoever. And I'm
What
100%
else are you
related to
allergic
them.
other than corn?
I feel like the vaccines gave me my accent. They were like, bitch, now you're gonna sound like a lesbian.
Oh my god, that's so
I love
funny.
your accent. I think your
Yeah, I
accent
do
is great.
too.
So
Thank
hardcore.
you. It's
I love
so
it
The
too.
guys that love my accent are a particular special breed, and let me just say, it's not my type.
Mm.
Your
feel like
accent, you have the
really
accent of
masculine
somebody that
men.
gets stuff done. It's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I like really masculine men, but I get a lot of baby men who are like, "Will you be my mother?"
Yes,
And I'm like,
you
"No,
probably actually
Oh my
attract,
god.
you know, you
no, get
probably
away!"
attract a lot of like soft spoken boys that want to be
They're like, "Oh
dominated.
my god, you could just like take care of me." It's like, "No, I'm gonna kill you."
I'm not pouring wax on you.
Pick up your socks.
Yeah. They're like, "You could make me do things." I'm like, "I will not. I will not."
I know.
Oh
Don't
my
take it from me, for Christ's sake.
Well, this is relevant now. Okay, I like this. I had sex with the boss, and now she's pursuing me. What do I do?
You should
Boy.
learn from all the women in history who've made this mistake, son.
Look at this fuck. Oh my god, what
Yeah.
a photograph.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, as if that guy would be complaining about the woman.
I
wanting
Yeah.
to
know
like-
he needs
Oh.
it. Look at him.
I feel uncomfortable.
This is harassment. He's
Wow,
that
I was
kind of
on a
guy.
business trip. One thing led to another, and well, I had sex with the boss. She now invites me to attend many travel events, even when I have no business interest there. It was a fun and one-time thing, but she's making it very uncomfortable for me. I want to continue working for her, but not if she keeps pushing this. Any suggestions? You sound like a pussy, sir.
Talk to every woman that this has happened to hundreds of thousands of times, I mean, millions of times. Maybe talk to a lady about this.
Yeah.
First of all, if you have sex with the boss, it's on you now, dude. It's
Right.
on you. She's the same way. If this was a woman, I'd say the same thing. I was like, you slept
You
with him
did it.
once. He's thinking you can do it again.
Yeah, you
It's
did
all,
it.
It's all the power dynamics.
Also,
it's
I gotta
not
say-
male or female. Right. Now you
I-
gotta, yeah.
I gotta say, I feel like this is bullshit. I feel like this is a lie.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think this is true at all.
You don't
I
think
think
anyone's
that-
having
I
sex
think-
with a
I think
female
this-
boss?
Now, number one, there's no such thing as a female boss. Number two,
No,
they're-
not true. You are a female boss, literally.
they're
So
doing the whole Hollywood, let's rewrite the stories from the 80s, but we're gonna just switch the gender roles. You know, I bet you in this story the boss is like an empowered black female, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Why do I do this?" You know.
The boss risked her job by letting that night get out of hand with her subordinate, and is now committing fireable offenses by pursuing
See what I mean? This sounds like it was written by AI.
and by suggesting the company pay for business travel so you can frolic on the company's dime. Tell your boss for her own good, this needs to end unless you don't want it to end. In which case, one of you should leave or transfer. Well, that doesn't sound like it's going to keep going if you leave or
okay, so
transfer.
they gave a man in the situation that advice. What if a lady?
They'd
said
be like,
that
suck
to-
it up.
Be like, shut up! You boned me. Now you must be my scribe on my business trips. Like,
What if
I
it's
mean,
like the
why
other
are we
side of
feeling
it
so
where
bad
me-
for this man? Like,
maybe she's just being nice after it. She's not really like
Right.
saying anything. It's like she's just smiling
Right.
at him. And he's like, "Oh, you just want to suck my dick?" And it's like, "I just smiled at you." Like it's like they're just always so over like exaggerating.
The
and stuff.
only
It's
true
you held the door
way to
open for me.
resolve
Come
this,
on.
if you hook up with somebody at work, you have to become so annoying that they detach from you. Like you have to start doing something annoying. figure out what that is that would annoy the person. That way they detach from you sexually, but you can still be cordial and have a working relationship.
Just be
You
really
have to find out
terrible at
their
your
ick
job.
and then
Yeah.
do that.
Yes, find out the ick.
Yeah, and then just do that.
Usually, you just like give men a bill and then they run away.
Yeah, they'll be like, all right, I'm
Well,
done. I can't do it.
yeah, be bad in bed. What do you think, Violet? How do you repel men?
She can't.
She's like, I can't.
Dress like a man.
When I was younger and I didn't want to be like, kidnapped, I would just like stare out my car with like a really ugly face. So maybe you can start doing that.
What an adorable suggestion. Like
She
just
was
walk around like
That's weird. Kidnapped. She'd be like outside of the car window. So
Yeah.
that men wouldn't
Yeah,
kidnap
my
her.
mom would leave me in the car to like go do her business. That sounds weird, but like to go pay a bill or whatever. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna get kidnapped. So I would just
You
make
just
an
be
ugly
like,
face.
nothing to see here, men.
Yeah, I think it worked. I mean, I never got kidnapped, so
That's great. That's a good
Good
skill to have.
tactic.
Try
Jeremy
and make an ugly
Parkhurst.
face, Violet.
Yeah,
Can you?
impossible.
Yeah.
She can't. If children were still working in factories 12 hours a day, they would they would have less time to trans themselves. Damn child labor laws. Thank you, Jeremy. Errol Collins, shout out to the best content creator in the world, Violet Brandani and Chrissy. I've been following all your podcasts so far. Thank you, Errol.
Thank you, Errol.
Barrister, $100 to whoever shows their boobs first. Unfortunately, on YouTube, we cannot. But
oh damn, I was gonna take it. I was gonna take it.
That sounds like a compound media suggestion. Which we
Where's my
anything goes.
turtleneck?
I have a
Anything
feeling
goes.
Violet would have won.
She did show her boobs on compound media and in hot
Yeah.
water.
Yes.
It was
My
great.
favorite thing to wear is like nothing. I hate clothes. My fashion. So I would have done it for y'all.
Girl, I would.
Have you ever
like,
looked into going to like I don't know, like a nudist colony? Well, that's mostly ugly people go to those.
I
For
have
real.
been looking into going to a nude resort, but I want to find one that's like photo friendly. I really want to take pictures, but I don't think a lot of them are. So I'm
probably
gonna have to
not.
figure it out.
Your Twitter is great because I didn't know who you were, and I clicked on your profile, and I was like,
and she's like, and
oh.
I came right away.
Right out of her chair.
I was like, oh my God, I know way too much of this girl now. So guys, go and check out her Twitter. It's great.
Check out my slice.
Check out her slice.
Nice.
Paul, thanks for the super chat. Chrissy, new here, and I hope you come to Pittsburgh for stand up after the healthy baby. Bring Keanu with you. See you maybe in 2025. No, I will get back on the road in 2024. Don't you worry. Probably the fall. Thank you, Paul. Paul in the fall. Yeah, once the baby slides out with no drugs, what, 2 weeks until he's on his own, and then I'll be back on the road.
He'll be walking. I think
Are
he's
you
gonna walk.
crazy?
He'll have a job or something.
Especially without being vaxxed, like no
Yeah.
autism. He'll be great.
Yeah, he's
How
probably
much
just,
time could he need?
he's probably doing his resume in your womb right now. I mean,
It
he's going
feels
to
like
have a
it.
job, and
Yeah, it
he'll
feels
work
like-
in finance in 2 weeks for sure.
Feels like he's got a whole typewriter in there.
He's just ticking away. Yeah.
It does. It feels like he's doing this all the time, like.
How is the kicking? Like, is the kicking like minimal, medium? Like, so you
After
know,
I
with some
have,
kids, you say like there's a lot of like intense kicking going on.
After I have meat, he likes meat. He likes citrus, like a little, or if I have like some candy, which I try to not have much of, but like definitely I had a steak at like a really nice steakhouse a couple weeks ago, and he was like doing cartwheels. It was insane.
That's awesome.
And I was like, oh.
Have you seen him poke out like when it
Not
looks
like
like an
a
alien?
foot or a hand, but like I
Mhm.
have seen like
it
you
moves.
see movement on the top of your skin.
Oh, that shit is so creepy. It's like an alien. I love it.
It
I
is like an
know, it
alien.
my nipples are hard that creep me out so much. It really did. I have goose flesh. I'm like,
And you're
I
like,
would
how
start
thin is
screaming.
my skin that I can see? Like how much I don't know. I wish my stomach was see-through so I could see what he was doing all the time.
I
Oh,
have
that
that
would be kind of
nightmare.
cool.
Yeah.
That would be kind of cool.
But
Have
then
you
he
gotten
realized
one of the
he had no
thingies?
privacy. No. Are you talking about 3D ultrasound?
Yeah.
I've never seen a good one. They look creepy to me. Like a 3D ultrasound photo is never going to look as good as like the real thing when he's out. So I don't know.
I
If
want to
they
know who he looks like.
if they
between you
did it
two.
at my obgyn for free, like sure, but I would have to go to another place and spend more money. So I don't think that's worth it. But
What are you betting on?
white. I don't know. I had a dream. I had a dream that he had dark hair. But then Keanu had a dream that he was born and I put him in a messenger bag. So
I have it. It's a reoccurring dream I keep having. He comes out. He's still in the weird sack, but we can see him. And then we're like, just at a gig or something, and he just slides out. She's like, "Oh, this is normal," and then she just puts the baby in her bag next to her laptop, and we just continue on with our day. And I'm going, "Does no one else see this? Are we all right?" She's like, "Believe me, we're fine." And then we just continue on. I swear to God, I keep having this dream. But he's healthy and very manly and white. So
I had a dream that he was dead and there was blood everywhere. I've had all kinds of dreams. I've had like
not at all. He's very lively.
That's
in
very
all of my dreams.
untoward.
I had a dream where it was actually a girl and I blacked out and then I came to and then it was the baby was out and like in the little hospital basket and I said, "Oh my God, what happened? What did I miss?" And she was like, "The baby's born." I'm like, "Did I need an epidural?" And she said, "No, you didn't." I was like, "Yes!" And the dream happier about not needing an epidural than anything.
Can that happen? They say it's a boy, but like sometimes it can.
It's happened before.
There's a dick and balls in there.
What if like the craziest stories are is when you have twins. Like they don't tell you, and then like they think it's like one, and then you go in and you
just
like,
kidding.
"Oh,
It
looks like there's another one." I was like, "What?"
People with twins or triplets, etc., are the
so
luckiest
crazy.
people on the planet. Like you just saved yourself a pregnancy. You just saved like 10 months of your life and recovery. Fuck you.
But it's also a much harder pregnancy, and there's a lot more. You're getting twice as big, twice as fast.
Yeah. What if
And
you're octo mom?
I would take it.
That's
You
too
have
I
to
would love
deliver.
that.
You have to deliver early. It's yikes.
You have to deliver
These are
early.
usually a little small.
Pretty much, yeah.
How
And
are you,
there's
like,
no
a
way,
single mom?
there's no way you're getting out of that without stretch marks. Whereas, like right now, I don't have any because every
The
night
best part of twins is when you have like a boy and a girl, and then it's like you're done. Like
the
it's like,
receptionist,
That's what I'm saying. Like
yeah,
they're
the
so
receptionist
lucky.
at the Holiday Inn was pregnant with twins. But she also just looked regular old obese.
I just thought she was fat.
Yeah.
Oh no.
When I went downstairs to get Skittles in the middle of the night, she was still there. And even though you had told me the receptionist is pregnant with twins, I was going to say, my friend Chrissy told me you were pregnant. Congratulations. But I still had no idea. I'm like, don't say this, Keanu, because what if I say, congratulations on your twins? And she's not, but she was still on her feet and everything. My God.
You know, I've heard that about pregnant women having crazy ass dreams, though. Like it's like that's a thing. I think it's because your hormones are
it
so
does not get
crazy.
crazier than a Milo Yiannopoulos sex dream. That's
Oh,
not,
God.
not impossible. Yes, I was up in a handstand.
Yeah, and he just dipped it in like
Yeah.
That's wild.
He was rude to me. We tried to schedule a podcast twice. He blew me off. One of the times I'd already bought his fucking favorite bottle of wine. I got him a Sancerre and everything. I had paid to rent a space.
Oh my God. Just wait until he's born on 420. Then you can be like, you missed this.
It's crazy.
I will celebrate him on April 20th. I'll get him like a little. I love that dude. I'll get him like a little mini Hitler, baby Hitler. I'll be like, baby Hitler's here.
I cannot believe you have a freaking Hitler action figure. Like, where do you even get something like that?
I have German soldier action figures in the next room. They actually were sold at the Disney parks
I have
in
to
the
get
early
one.
aughts. They're pretty
What?
cool.
That's crazy.
I love his
Yeah.
little peplum top. He does have a very.
Maybe, I think it's a poplin, actually.
A poplin.
Like a belt.
Yeah, the dreams have been whack for sure.
Aria Light says, I dreamt I was fighting tribbles with a broom when I was preggo. That's crazy, man.
Tribbles.
That's some weird shit.
Yeah.
Weird dreams, man. That's so.
I love weird dreams. I'll take a weird dream over no dream.
Oh my god, you should come in my brain then.
I only have nightmares. Yeah, they're never dreams. I wake up sweating. I either dream nothing or it's a complete and total nightmare where I'm. Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
You ever
You might want to get that checked out. Keanu.
Yes, I'll transition after I get it checked out.
Violet, you have dreams.
Maybe you were molested instead, and then your brother, by out of sympathy, became gay.
You never know. You never know. We're all shades.
My dreams are like 3-hour movies. Like the whole thing is just like a movie that I could write. It's crazy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Do you have van dreams?
I had a dream that I was at the border living with my family, and we had like a party, and then it shut down because we thought that like Mexicans were gonna come and invade it. And then later on, we were all sleeping, and the Mexicans invaded our house at the border. So we had to sneak out of our house, and like then we went on a long road trip. It was really weird. Like,
what if you just shuffled the Mexicans up to the roof so that they could fix it, and then just say, "Let us know when you're done."
Not bad. I wasn't thinking like logically in my dream. We just like snuck out to the shack, and then we ran to the car, and then got back to the house. Like after the road trip, we were like, "Okay, I think we can go back to our house now." And then the Mexicans were still watching our house. So I remember like hiding under the bed. And then all of a sudden I had my little cousin next to me, and I was like, you have to stay with me. It was really weird.
Yeah,
I think the craziest dreams are when like you dream something and then you wake up and then you go, like you're like, especially if it's a good dream, and then you go back to sleep and you keep dreaming the same dream.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question.
Oh yeah.
You try to have that happen. You're like, I want to go back there real quick. That was
that's happened to me a few times. It's so cool. I'm like, this is
a dream.
It's really cool when that happens. I love that.
Do you ever have a dream that like you're washing your face and then you wake up and you feel like water splashing on your face?
No.
Oh no.
I had a dream once where I was peeing, and then I woke up and I was peeing.
Oh,
that was the thing. I had that.
Yeah, I always say it's always a bad sign when you actually find the toilet in a dream. You gotta get out of there.
I didn't.
One time we were driving to Florida with me and my gay brother, who was not molested. But I watched.
Well, you might have been. So
I watched Bring It On. I think 3 times in a row. I don't know why.
It's a great movie.
And I was dreaming about cheerleading tryouts, and I had made the team. I was a flyer, and I was so excited. I peed my pants in the dream. And I was sleeping in the same bed with my brother. And I woke up and I went, Rocco, I peed the bed. And he was like, what? And I peed so much, being so excited about this cheerleading dream, which maybe I am gay. I don't know. I was so excited. He went, did you pee or did I? I had peed all over his boxers. We were covered in it. So that's the only nice dream I feel like I ever had. And I completely pissed the bed. So
nice.
Wow.
That's memorable.
Erica says toilet dreams indicate things that need emotional clearing or potentially unclean spirit.
Or if you're an alcoholic and you dream you go to the bathroom and you see the bed.
No, it's usually that I've been drinking a lot of liquids before bed, and my body's like, wake the fuck up or I'm going to make you pee this bed. Because now every time I find the toilet in a dream, I'm like, this is too good to be true. Get up.
I have never
Yeah.
drunk and peed in bed. People have problems with that though sometimes.
That reminds me, I should have been doing Kegels for the last 9 months. Oops.
Do you have any
You could do
Kegel
some now.
balls?
We could all do some
I'll do
collectively.
some now. I'll start now. Simon Ho, if you're going to sleep with your boss, you should keep it all business and leverage for a pay raise and promotion. He got emotional attachment. Armature. Thank you, Simon Ho. Also, I know LeeAnn Star has to jump off. LeeAnn, she has to go. She has an appointment with something French. Tell the people where they can find you and what's coming up for you.
X more like LeeAnn Star 23, and I am doing a podcast which is going to start this week. I
Yes,
don't want to say which day yet, but yeah.
Nice.
What's it gonna be called?
Congratulations.
A
And
Star
I'm going
is
to talk
Born?
about trafficking since they keep taking all my shit
Yay.
down. So
Good.
yeah.
Good.
Which, by the way, it's crazy how, by the way, context, this whole turtleneck thing and like people saying like, I'm not allowed to dress in turtlenecks and that's inappropriate. This all started because I spoke that on that porn helps trafficking. It fuels it inherently. And it's often linked as an example, Pornhub. But like me dressing a certain way means that I can't be anti-porn. And it's like, that doesn't make sense because like there's people like LeeAnn. She
Yeah.
literally has OnlyFans and she's anti-trafficking. So why would dressing a certain way invalidate that point, which is factually true and has been proven with
I actually
evidence
took
with
all of my
undercover
shit off of
investigations?
Pornhub, FYI, because I've been asking them for years and years to just have some verification so people can't upload victims. Because if you want to get paid, like you have to have an ID. So why can't you just do that for all? Like, I don't know. They just don't ever want to do anything. They're like, well, we can't do that. It's privacy. We can't charge $1. And I'm like, well, you're letting people upload this shit and not doing anything for years and years and years. So I just took all
Even
my
when they're
shit off.
caught, they don't care. They won't take it down
No, they
until
don't.
you get a
They
lawyer.
don't care. And I took all my shit off. I'm like, well, fuck
Good.
off then.
LeeAnn, I highly suggest that you do your podcast about this stuff on Rumble.
Oh, I'm not
because
doing it anywhere else. I
Yeah.
won't even
You,
bother.
yeah, I don't even think you should bother doing
They
it anywhere else
demonetized me
other
on YouTube years ago. Never gave me a reason to this day. Probably because I was talking about drugs, like addicts and things like that. So they never told me. I haven't asked in a long time, but yeah, they demonetized me a long time ago. So I don't upload here or anything. So
LeeAnn,
I don't
you're
want to
such
watch
a
what I
bad
say.
bitch. I love you. You just have the best energy.
love you,
Just
LeeAnn.
like no
Yeah.
place given. I love it. Very
Yeah, I
beret
love
of you. Very
I love
French.
seeing your
Very
tweets when you're
French.
just fucking going in on people. You're like, oh, here's this one again. I'm like, yeah.
Well, that's what people are like. Oh, aren't you afraid to get canceled? No.
From
I don't
what?
care. I don't care what anyone. You can do whatever you want. I work for myself. Like, there's nothing you could do that would make me like. I don't care about money. I don't care about dying. So what are you going to do to
Those
me?
are the ones that they're
Yeah.
afraid of.
Yeah, like I
Do
don't give a
drugs
fuck.
then.
Like, you're gonna kill me? You're gonna give me death threats? Like, that sounds great to me. So
Yeah.
whatever. Float your
Everyone
boat.
follow LeeAnn. What's the name of your podcast? Do you know yet?
It's called Constitutional Thoughts.
Ooh.
THOTS. But I couldn't think of anything else at that moment, so that's what it is for now.
You should
But
call your podcast. I don't fucking know, man. That would be if I had a LeeAnn doll with like a pull string, like that would be one of
I
my
was gonna call
catchphrases.
it "Where's the Asteroid?" just because I just keep waiting for it to come. Pray for it to come, like please come. But yeah, I don't know. I couldn't think of anything, and that was like, I'll just do that. I don't care,
Chrissy,
whatever.
I don't fucking know, man. And the other ones, I don't give a fuck. That's to me, and I don't give a fuck.
Probably
That would
using
be
fuck
good.
though would probably be more frowned upon with some
Yeah, but
people that
LeeAnn,
watch
there's
me.
an entire podcast called Come Town that was very infamous. So
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, if
Yeah.
I think it's something better, but I got tired of thinking about it. I was like, whatever.
Where's
like the Constitution.
asteroid and a nice booty pic? Maybe.
I will say though, I recall Come Town saying that they like didn't get certain sponsorships because their name side is something to keep in mind, but they were very popular and a lot of people liked them. So
Yeah, I don't know why people would care about the name, but I know that people do. So whatever.
All right, everybody follow LeeAnn. Follow her now, damn it.
Take
Do
a
it
video
now.
of your baby kicking and send it to me. I need to
I
see
will.
it.
I will.
All
I'll
right.
have to.
Yeah.
Have a good night,
I'll-
guys.
Good night,
Bye,
Leanne.
Peace out.
Leonarda, I know you had to scram as well. Thank you for
Yeah.
bringing the heat and the sass tonight from your car.
Oh, thank
What is what's coming up for you? Any shows? Where can people find you, etc.?
If people should just check out my Twitter, it's unhinged. I just say whatever the fuck I want. I stopped giving a fuck. And I'm on Twitter. I'm on YouTube. Leonarda is funny on YouTube. On Instagram, it's Leonarda.Jonie, my last name. So you guys can check me out there. Pretty much, I'm just on the road right now, featuring for someone else. I'll try to post that when I'm going around. I'm going to be in Salt Lake City next week, and then Dallas, and then LA. Well, Vegas, and then LA. I'm going all around, so I'm really grateful that I get to work right now because I'm banned in Austin. So I'm gonna go find other opportunities. You know,
Do it, girl.
Why are you?
So-
Oh, wait.
Why are you banned?
Yeah,
in Austin.
She's just banned at the mothership. No big deal.
Yeah, banned at the mothership. Then the place that I was running my show at was like, "Oh, we want to make this an in-house show." Conveniently, after I got banned at mothership, I was like, "Fuck you too. I don't need either of you."
I love
That's
your
interesting.
energy as
I
well.
wouldn't think like
You're
you're
such a
saying, like,
badass
Logan's
bitch too.
place?
I love it.
Yeah.
They're just listen. There's like a whole fucking. Here's the deal. I'm from New
Very
York,
cliquish.
and I'm just blunt with people, and I just say what I think to your face. And I've told a lot of people that they need to quit comedy, and I don't think that was the way that I should have went. You know, but they were really making the audience members want to kill themselves, and so I was like, "This isn't for you." Stop making us be miserable because you have a God complex. Cut the shit. So I haven't made a lot of friends in this town, and
That happens.
I think they were looking for they're all afraid. You know, people get afraid when you're like what LeeAnn was talking about. When you're like, I don't really care about money. I don't really care about. I don't really care what you. I don't care. I don't
People
care.
hate
They're terrified. They're terrified because they all do care, and so they try to look for any reason to kind of cut you out because you're also threatening. And no, I didn't say that's a joke. Joe Rogan's mad cool. I've met Joe, and he's been nothing but nice to me. So I have no beef at all with Joe.
Wait, so you're banned at his club though?
That's what
Yeah, but he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that.
Oh, he
Yeah.
doesn't know that.
He's
Oh.
busy being Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan's got like a freaking multi-million-dollar empire that he's got to run. He can't pay attention to. He puts people in charge and then trusts them, and then these people want to betray his trust like that. I trust that eventually the whole process will be revealed, and he'll make the right decision. But no, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
well, I
but-
hope
but-
he finds out, and then he's like, "Wait, what the fuck? Like, why are people getting?
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
that the whole
I-
point? Like, he made that club so that people don't get canceled, and that
That would
canceled
be-
comedians
Right,
go
exactly.
to
Yeah.
this place.
I can't see
I
him caring, but that would be great if he did. You know.
Yeah, I think he would be like, what the fuck? Because I think he would, because I think he cares about comedy. And
Yeah.
the fact of the matter is, like, you aren't putting up the best of the best, and your crowds are suffering for it. But either way, I don't care, because I don't want to be famous. I want to be good. So we'll figure that all that other stuff out first. And when you give people opportunities before they're ready for them, you actually shoot them in the foot. Whereas, like, every time they make it harder for me, I'm like, thank you. This is what I needed.
Yeah.
I need to go hit the road. I need to go do this. You're just helping me. It's.
Yep.
It's like when you hear when a person goes to get a prophecy from the psychic, and then the psychic just makes the the oracle makes the prophecy come true. I'm like, you're just making me into what I'm gonna be anyway, faster. So thank you.
That's great. Well, I'm a fan now, so
Thank you guys. Well, thank you guys. Yeah, you guys are awesome.
You are
I
like
like people who are
too.
like, just straight up and like authentic and like, this is what I am. Like, I love that. And you give off that vibe. So that's great.
Thank you.
That's what
Yeah.
I love about New Yorkers. Y'all are so like, you're just gonna say it how it is. It's super cool.
There's power
Yeah.
in not giving a fuck.
Yeah. But if you're
Yeah.
from LA, which a lot of them are, you're like, oh no, you're gonna hurt my feelings.
Oh, my networking. Oh, my
Yeah, that's
career.
real life for
Don't
you.
make
That's
me
the West
spill
Coast.
my green juice.
My
Jesus.
relationships.
Yeah.
I'm like, set it on fire.
Oh my gosh.
So,
I love you, Leonarda.
yeah.
Everyone follow her immediately, if not sooner.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'll talk to you guys. Okay.
Love
Bye.
you.
Bye. Nice to meet you.
Bears just says Violet is my new fave. Hey V, I'm rich, good looking, successful, and my wife lets me have one hall pass every month. Free Friday.
Ooh.
We do. That sounds like a terrible relationship, but
Terrible.
A hall pass every month. Hall pass every month. You don't have a wife. You have a roommate.
Yeah. Hey.
Isn't that a movie, Hall Pass?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Is it about
Well,
that? Like,
Violet is not interested, Barrister. Moving right
I
along.
think so. I think it's like because I think the wives give the husbands like a hall pass to like, I don't know, do something, but then they end up like not being able to do anything. I remember the movie wasn't that funny,
cute.
so I don't remember it.
Oh.
Jeremy Parker's Violet's Twitter account is responsible for building tent cities in men's pants all over the world. Like the COVID response. Rootless Redneck Leo, didn't you do Tower Gang before? Did y'all submit for Skankfest? I feel like this is not even for the right podcast. Thank you, Rootless, anyway, for the super chat. Viking, hey Chrissy, wasn't able to see your last stream live. Wanted to send my condolences. I'm so sorry for your loss. You're so strong, continuing as you did. Thank you, Viking. If you guys didn't know, my dad was brutally murdered in October, and haven't really dealt with it yet. So
you're dealing with it in your own time.
If I wasn't pregnant, I would be blacked out every night. I would be drinking so much.
Well, then universe provides.
Yeah.
No.
The universe provided me with a reason to not black out. Chris, I was thinking it looked like triplets. Aw. Russell Hall, naming your kid Adolf would be an amazing troll. It's just not a nice name.
Chrissy's like, don't tempt me.
It's like, I wish it was a better name, but it just doesn't really roll off the tongue. Thank you, Charles, for the orange boy.
Yeah, Adolf Pellegrino, like that.
No.
How does it sound with a German accent, though?
Adolf.
Action figure. Ooh, that would be cool. I would have
I'll
one.
look into that.
Zato, thank you for the yellow boy. I'm uncircumcised. I'm always wearing a turtleneck. Yuck. I mean, that's beautiful and natural.
Came from like a very like honest place.
Yes.
I've seen a couple in my day.
Yes, they are not a turtleneck when they're erect. So,
yeah. Oh yeah. No, everyone's like, you're overdue. No, I have a month to go. I'm due April 19th. It feels like I've been pregnant forever because I've been talking about it for so long.
I think it's so inappropriate when people ask, like, "Are you gonna circumcise your kid?" Because
I actually was gonna ask that question.
Like, no, never. It's inappropriate. It's like, why? Why do people want to know that? Like, what is that? I think it's like it's such a personal thing that people have to make the decision on themselves. Like, I don't know.
It's probably
why we
like
try.
piercing your ears. Like you ultimately like the end result. I'm glad I got it done when I was young. I mean, I didn't get it done as a baby. I got my ears pierced when I was 14.
My mom pierced my ears when I was like 6 months old or something. Yeah, like I was like a little baby, and I'm glad. You know,
which is normally something.
I think it's a little different though, guys, and then like.
Oh, you mean than cutting the tip of your dick off?
Yeah. I'm just gonna throw it out there. It's a little different, but
my ear piercing was pretty.
It is kind of weird to ask that. It's true. It's a little inappropriate.
So, Chrissy, are you going to circumcise your kid, or?
I mean, I have to decide soon because they give you paperwork that you have to fill out, and one of the questions that you have to check off is like skin or no skin. You have to pick, and then you have to tell them as part of your birth plan that includes no drugs and just slurs. But then they do ask you, about the that part.
I know. I think something to think about is how basically nobody in Europe that isn't Jewish does it, but over here we do for no reason really other than aesthetics. And like we would never justify it for women like, oh, cut off your labia because it looks better.
Well, you know
So I
what's
think the logic
unfortunate?
behind it is kind of crazy.
It's unfortunate that there is a hygiene aspect to it, and generally men are worse at hygiene. Like if women got to have dicks, we would take care
How are
of it
you?
so well. Do you know what I mean? Like we would be so
Yeah.
clean. Like men generally like aren't, especially if boys go through like a kind of icky teenage phase. I don't know. So
But that would be up to the parenting to like tell them to cleanse themselves. If anything, that's a good
sure,
thing to teach
but
them.
at a certain point, like you're not going to do everything your parents tell you to, whether you're strict or not. So
I say
but-
leave it up to the dad. I don't know. Do what Frank would.
There
think
was something
is right, yeah.
I listened to about circumcision, and that like the hygiene aspect of it really isn't like the grandest issue.
Yeah, it's
or if you
not.
want to say as an issue. So it's a pretty minor thing. It's kind of, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get gross, but like us girls, like, we got a lot of shit going on down there, and it's like, we gotta kinda clean that, so like it's the same shit. It's like an armpit.
Also,
It's
I don't think
it's
it's worth the
armpit.
nerve damage. Like people actually come out with nerve damage from circumcision because if you
Sure,
actually
if
look
it's
at where
botched, yeah.
where it's not just if it's botched. All circumcisions, you lose sensation on the tip of your dick, which is the most sensitive part, and you get most of the pleasure. And they cut that skin off. So
Yeah, but
men
it's weird to
have
think
less
about
pleasure.
a baby's pleasure. Isn't that like a strange thing?
But
to
they're
think
going to be an
about?
adult one
Yeah,
day,
like,
and then
they
they
get it
have to live
back.
with that, and you can't undo it. And
Then there's
also, like,
also the aspect of what if your kid is uncircumcised and they grow up and they go, God, this is not what I wanted. Like
they could get it.
Then they can get it, and it's so
yeah.
much more painful. It's so much more complicated. It's so much more of an issue.
That right there
Like,
doesn't that kind of tell you how important it is? Like it's rooted in you as a person, and then to go and remove it later. I don't know.
It's a bigger
I don't
deal.
know
Yeah.
How long has circumcision been a thing?
Like it's a Jewish thing.
population.
I'm not being anti-Semitic. I'm being really serious right now. It's a Jewish thing, and because we have more Jews
And
here,
Muslims.
it became and a Muslim thing. It became more trendy, so people started
How
doing it.
old
But the thing
circumcision?
is, the origin of it is actually, if you look into it, I've watched documentaries on this. That's why I know this. But basically, the
documentary.
Jews did it because it was a way to remove pleasure because they viewed it as like a bad thing and sinful. That's literally why they do it. So quite literally, that's the function of circumcision. So I'm very against it personally, even if it quote doesn't look better. It looks the same when they're
When they're
adult
hard.
and hard.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they're
Yeah,
hard,
very
all
hard.
I don't know. Not the ones I've seen.
I
But
make also, I find the idea very weird because like a lot of people say like babies can't remember the pain and babies can't remember like there's like this thing where
stored trauma.
people who people want to justify doing it, or like babies can't remember that happening to them. But I just feel like for me it's like the baby is like the most vulnerable person ever, and like imagine like me as a mother being like, I'm going to cut off a piece of your skin that and hear you cry and all this stuff just voluntarily for absolutely no reason. So I just
And that's their
feel like-
first memory.
and
Like
that's their first memory of like a big gathering of people around them, and they're like getting a thing
do
cut
do
off
the
their
men do the
body.
men
It's very
like
weird. I don't
F's
know.
in the chat if you're a man who remembers getting circumcised? I wonder how many people remember.
It's not about the memory as much as it is like how it affects you. Like there's plenty of people where they're abused really, really early on and they don't actually remember it, but they have certain behaviors that persist despite that.
Yeah. Your body stores trauma.
Yeah.
You can
stores
literally get PCOS from trauma. Like it actually does cause medical issues.
It's definitely a brutal practice. But
It's
yeah,
like
I
like
think it's
sexual
barbaric.
abuse. A lot of kids that get sexually abused, they don't remember that happening
Yeah.
because they hide the trauma, because we have ways of coping. We go into like cope mode
Literally
where
block it out.
you block it out. I mean, there's definitely like studies done about the trauma aspect of it, but I think there needs to be more, because there's a lot of people that like want to justify that like nobody remembers anything, and that's why it's fine because no one's actually getting injured or anything like that. And I just find it all. That's why I'm like, it's very, very like it's a very personal choice, especially if you're religious, you're Jewish.
And you know what? You're gonna get
it's a very
judged
personal
harshly
choice.
no matter what you do. So it's not
Yeah.
even worth talking about.
It's
I
true.
think it's worth talking about. I think the least risky thing is to just not do it. Parents have the right to do it legally, I guess, but I don't see the benefit of it. It's way riskier to do it and cause nerve damage as opposed to like, oh, it might look like everyone else in the world doesn't get it. So it's only over here where it's like, oh, someone didn't cut off the tip of their penis. How weird. Like,
And
you actually take a step back.
Brittany is very pro turtleneck, so
Very. We
makes
can
sense.
we know how she
I
likes
respect
her.
And
that.
I don't feel, and I don't think, by the way, I just want to say, like, I don't think like if somebody did get circumcised that like, oh, it's like disgusting. Like I view it as like lesser than either. It's just that I don't think it's necessary and it causes way more harm than good.
No, yeah, my brother's boyfriend is
Yeah.
Jewish, and my brother goes, he's like, no, I don't think we should do it at all. My brother is, why don't I know this? But I do. We've talked about it. He's gay. Yeah, he's circumcised because that's just what you did. It's very
I can tell you this,
American
like,
to do that. But he's like, no, I would never do that to my kid.
I can tell you this, like when I was growing up, like our family, especially on my mom's side, wasn't like super religious.
Yeah.
And in Iran, because I was born in Iran, where it's a Muslim country where you're supposed to do it, it was actually not like forced on you to do it. It was still a choice there as well. So my aunt held off doing my like to have my cousin circumcised, my younger male cousin. The older one was done. And then when he grew up, he was about 4 or 5 years old, and he wanted it done. Like he kept bugging his mom, my aunt, to be like, Mom, I want to do it. I want to do it. And like she finally was like, okay, because it's like, it's his choice. He really wanted it to have it done. He wanted to be like his brother, and it was like a whole thing. And she was like,
That's
fine.
odd though.
I know it was a really odd situation, and then and he was happy, and I remember he had to walk around with this thing wrapped around his waist, and it was really weird for me because I was like, I can't believe you're gonna actually go do this surgery that you don't need to do, and he's like, I want to do it, and I was like, okay, like, and I was younger than he is, and I just didn't understand the whole situation because I was like, I'm a girl.
How did he even know about it or like thinking about that at such a young age?
Yeah.
Though that's a red flag to me.
Locker room
that's
because
really out
because
of
his
nowhere.
because his dad and his brother and like like everybody in his family were circumcised, so and he's younger, and he was like, I don't want to be different, so it was just one of those things.
Interesting.
You're only going to be
That's a
different with your
crappy
sexual
experience.
It's like you're different for your sexual partner at the end, really. It's like, are you swinging your dick around public and people are like, bro,
Yeah.
like pointing? It's,
Mm-mm.
that's where it is. Like you said, it is personal. So with the person that you end up spending the rest of your life with for the most part.
Yeah.
See, if we were having a girl, it'd be so easy. We would obviously get her circumcised. It'd be a no-brainer. A little bit more of a
Chrissy, you would hate living in Africa. Like,
Dan Vicious want to suggest a Venti Violet oil wrestling battle, but I'm trying to be a good Christian. Oh yeah, that sounds like that would happen. Charles, hey Chrissy, hey Keanu, hey panel, enjoying the show tonight. Chirp, you get a shirt. You get a chirp. A chirp for
Is it
you,
me?
Charles.
Who is
Delco
it?
Chris. No, it's a sound effect.
Am I chirping?
That's amazing.
Just a little off the tip. Thank you, Delco
The tiny
Chris. Ultra. You want a domestic or foreign daughter-in-law? That's funny. M for A now. Venti is 100% right. Watch a video on a baby screaming in agony and then decide. It's the most blood-curdling scream ever. Yeah, I've definitely seen all the videos. Chico's memories, don't remember, hasn't affected me. In fact, I last 38 seconds more than most guys. Funny. Adriano, I'm uncircumcised and never had any hygiene problems. Good. That makes me happy. Russell Hall, I was circumcised, Chrissy. Do you want your kid to turn out like Russell Hall? Huh? Do you? Do you want a tiny Russell Hall? I mean, hey, Russell Hall is I don't have any problems with
Aw,
him.
you're a treasure, Russell. Why wouldn't she want somebody like you
Simon
around?
Ho, I got my circumcision at 4 and the surgeon cut too deep and I was bleeding so bad I had to go back to the emergency room to get stitches.
Ugh.
I had nightmares of a blue demon grabbing my junk for 30 years. Wow. Simon, that's hard. I'm
hardcore.
so sorry you went through that. Jeez.
Wait, who's here?
You poor thing. Lila's here.
Lila.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
I haven't seen Lila in
Aw.
forever.
It's
Hi,
been too long.
Missy.
Charles, I had 3 circumcisions. They just wanted to be sure, you know. Wow. Thank you,
At
Charles.
every angle.
Viking, just don't have your baby go through Metzitza Bipe. I don't know what that is.
How about Briz
Jewish.
Mala?
Phil, that remains. Oh, what's up, Phil? I showed up just in time to hear the pee-pee talk. Oh, Phil. Phil, I'm gonna be you'll be on the show, I think, next week. I'm excited. Looking forward to that. Lila, what's new? How was the show? You were at Hyenas in Dallas with the great Alex Stein.
It was so much fun. Is my video lagging?
Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe, but I think mine is too.
What's happening? I don't know. Okay, it's fine. It was great. It was so much fun. The show was fantastic. I hosted. I wrote some new jokes. I was excited about it.
Nice.
Thanks,
Nice.
guys. Sold
Do we
some
like the crowd?
The crowd was great. Yeah, it was Alex's crowd is always very fun. So I can make fun of things.
We were talking about circumcision before you got here, and then you cut us off. No.
No pun.
So what's the analysis? Do we like it?
Well, at first it went from it's a very private decision to everyone telling me what I should do. So
I never told you what you should do. I
No.
was just like, that's my point
Okay.
of view on it. I think what you should do is what is best for you. That's what I'm saying. It's a private decision. That's why I always feel very uncomfortable when the question
They
comes
don't feel
up.
the
from
need to
pregnant women.
I think you should just research it and come to a conclusion. I've done the research on it,
Yeah,
and that was
like
my
with
conclusion.
anything.
That's why I'm sharing.
What's the conclusion?
I personally think it's unnecessary, and like we've survived so much time without it. And America is like the only country outside of like Israel and some Muslim countries that circumcise, and it's really unnecessary and causes nerve damage and less pleasure for them as adults. And I don't really think it's worth the aesthetic trade-off. And hygiene's not really significant as a factor. And the whole practice was invented in the first place to prevent pleasure for
I
religious
have
reasons.
news. I just asked Visconti. And of course, he
What a
gave
source.
info. Yes, exactly. We all trust.
Have him
all of
show it to us.
Visconti's, he
Please
said,
don't. Please don't.
he said basically, he said, actually, we do it for you gals. I said, you didn't do it to yourself.
Yeah, right.
But it's like, so it's to, he said something about elders and lasting longer for the ladies.
Elders.
So if you have that many nerves in the tip of your dick and you come faster, then the ladies won't come. And so that's basically what I got from.
I mean, technically,
yeah.
technically, yeah, that could be the case, but I still don't think mutilation is worth the trade-off because, like, it's unnecessary. They're not going to die without it. They're not. It's very rare that they even get a complication by not doing it. There's like a very, very small percent of boys that like they have like a deformity where the skin's too small for their genitalia and they have to get circumcised. That does happen, but it's
like
extremely
it
rare.
constricts the head.
Yeah.
One of my friends' boyfriends has that problem. Like it hurts for him to get an erection because the skin will literally like choke itself. So
yikes.
Also,
How
how
you
you
just like
Lila?
pull it back and then work it, or do you use it to work it?
Do
Like,
I
it
use
gets
my
big
feet. I use my
I've never
feet to
handled
pull
one
it
of them.
back. I've never seen
curious
one that
about
I've liked.
Oh,
or
you've
enjoyed.
encountered one before in the wild?
Several.
If it's erect, you can't tell. You shouldn't be able to.
I would be
never
super
seen an
offended.
uncut one that looks better than a cut one.
If I
Brittany,
okay,
have you seen one
have I seen one?
in real life? Yeah.
Yes. So like if it were me though, if I were like in the position where it's the norm to get your genitals like shaved off, right? And let's say my parents didn't choose to do it and then I get like a significant other and then they're like thinking that about my genitalia like cuz it's natural, oh, it's so disgusting and all this, like I would be mortified. I would be so offended and hurt. So like I think men can tolerate it because they're like a little tougher with that. But if this were happening to women, like women would not be having it at all.
No, well, it does happen to women in certain
Africa. Yeah, it does.
in
It does.
Africa,
But
right?
Hell no.
yeah,
It's
it does. And
terrible.
people
It's
get really
terrible,
upset
yeah.
about it.
And they should be upset because there's absolutely zero reason to do that to a woman other than they don't want them to feel pleasure or like I don't know,
I agree
right,
that they shouldn't be
exactly.
doing
So
it.
I think I don't know. In
I'm
America,
not-
yeah, it's weird if I guess sometimes in the locker room if you don't have a cut
And-
dick, but
and it's
nobody in
really
Europe
weird.
does it. But yeah.
And it's really weird how there's some people in chat trying to turn this into some creepy predatory thing when I'm literally doing the opposite. I'm saying these children grow up to be adults with relationships with other people. They don't stay babies forever. This affects them for the rest of their life. And I think it's a lot of the time it's men who are cut that get mad and feel insecure because they don't get a choice in the matter. So they lash out like that and try to turn it into some disgusting thing when it's literally talking about the welfare of children and their welfare growing up.
I think you got to
You're
go
like
with what
that. Let it
your
be.
husband wants to do. Like I wouldn't. I can't speak on this, right, Chrissy? I mean, you'll probably.
I think when the baby's born, I'm gonna say, look, I'm gonna flip a coin.
Yes,
You gotta pick heads or tails.
flip a
We're
kiki
doing-
coin and call
We're
it. a
doing this
day,
in an
right?
hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let the
Emperor
baby
now.
flip it.
No,
Yeah, that's what I do. I have the baby flip a coin. Thank you, Vinny, for laying out
guys.
the facts.
Kiki side cut, Bisconti side cut, Kiki side uncut. All right, you flip it,
Yes.
and then we call
Flip
it a day. Yes, leave
All
it
right,
up
flip
to
it.
chance.
I think that's a great idea. Okay, Max. Chrissy, have you not seen Manuel Ferrara? He is your guy, and he is not cut. Oh, I'm aware. Thank you, K-Max. Russell Hall, we make fun of beef curtains all the time. That's true, they do.
Mm-hmm.
And women don't like it. Because sometimes that's just genetic too.
Like, yeah, what's wrong with
Women
the
like
beef
the beef
curtain?
curtain.
You could always get them reshaped if you want.
Yeah, you can. There's
men,
surgery
some
for
men
it.
like me. Some men like beef curtains.
Look, who likes long labia? Brian from whatever podcast.
He loves a long
loves
labia.
the long labia. You know, I don't even know if that's the right word.
Long
I don't know
labia.
what's going on down there. I'm transitioning.
Charles. Oh, what's up,
right?
Charles?
I
Is
didn't
it
know
Charles?
that some girls were innies and some girls were outies with the labia.
Yep.
An outie.
That's
Yeah. I was
they're
always like, wow,
wow.
your pussy looks so good. And I realized that they just have innies.
right.
Yeah, and I just have an outie. So
I
Yeah,
saw
there's-
it. It's just a little baby bit of an outie. It's not like hanging to the
Yeah,
it's
it's
not like a
not
wizard
like- it's not like-
sleeve or anything. You know.
You know,
It's a half innie, half outie. It's a pouty.
Does
I'm
anyone know if
appreciating it,
Michelle Obama is circumcised? That's a great question. Zato, a circumcised erection looks like a xenomorph bursting out of a stomach.
I think that's so
Um,
mean because like there's
funny.
men like all over the world. Again, this is the norm for them to not be circumcised anywhere else but America, basically, right? Unless they're super Abrahamic religious. So like imagine you just hear that all the time, how disgusting your penis is for just like being natural.
But people
I think
make
it's
fun of
messed
people for
up.
all sorts of things.
They do, but I just feel like it's
gross.
really mean. And that's me saying that. Like I feel like that's really mean spirited.
To say a penis is disgusting.
People
They
say
are
like
all
to
disgusting
just
all
say-
the time.
Look, listen. If it's a person that's a shitty person, go off. Fair game. But when it's just like random innocent people and they like, and there's nothing objectively wrong with it. It's a fully functional penis. It's natural. It doesn't like take away pleasure from you, and they're just getting like shitted on constantly. I don't think it's a good thing. I think
If
it's
it's
bad
in
to
my
shame
mouth,
that.
I don't know. I'm looking you in the eye, so I can't see whether it's cut or uncut. You see, like I don't care. I'm an equal opportunity help, right? Hello, come on in.
Ah!
Right.
Like I said,
Aw,
if you're a shitty person,
Keanu.
you want to dog on them for that and like make fun of them, go off. Like, the appropriate time and place for bullying.
I think all
You would
dicks
have had to have
are not
seen
as
them
cute as
naked.
pussies, but I like dick better.
Yeah.
But like
What-
aesthetically, I think dicks aren't supposed to be-
Aesthetically, no. Dicks are not here for aesthetic purposes. Dicks are
No.
functional.
What?
I don't
It's-
think
no, I
vaginas
don't.
are aesthetically
I,
pretty either.
They're very utilitarian.
Yeah, they're like
Wait, you
workhorses.
guys think vaginas look better?
They
I
do,
don't.
generally.
But they look
Vaginas are masterfully created. Vaginas are way more attractive.
Like a self-cleaning oven that pushes
Yes.
out light. Yes.
What a masterpiece. God was like created the
It is a
vagina
masterpiece.
masterfully, and then the dick was like an afterthought. Like, what did I do
he
with the
made the scraps with it.
What did
Yeah.
I do with
Yeah,
the
with the
elephant?
scraps.
I'll do that for the men. That's fine. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
so funny.
You know what? Also, you guys, pussy is powerful. Pussy is what every man wants and desires, except for gay men. But even then, they still want like a butt pussy, I guess.
They like to.
Well, apparently some men want it so bad they're willing to
booty
get
is
it
what
in
the
a
gay men
really
are calling
fucked up
it.
way. So
Oh my gosh, you guys, I have to tell you this. I ended up on this weird side of Reddit where it was like transgender operations.
I didn't
and-
realize there was
We
a-
were just
a-
talking about
a
that.
not weird
Bring
side
it
of
back.
and it was I like was looking at before and after surgeries of what people's genitals look like, and I was like, this is some Frankenstein shit. This was
Can you believe
bizarre.
it's legal?
I mean, I have to say though, a couple of them look like a pussy, and I was like, who is your surgeon?
Oh
sir?"
No,
A
Thailand,
couple
they
of them
make
look
very
good.
beautiful vagines
Wait,
for
are any of
men.
them doing a good job or any of them like passable?
A couple of them were, Chrissy, and I was like, oh shit.
Wow.
Oh my god, speaking of Thailand and trans people, did you guys see that crazy trans turf war with the lady boys? That was fucking wild. Did you guys see that
No.
video?
I don't know what that is.
Oh my god. Okay, let me pull it up because Andy Go posted about it. It was like some sort of like trans turf war. Like lady boys were like just fucking going crazy, beating each other up over this
Shark
turf
Weeks
war
and
in Thailand.
Thank you, Harbinger. I had mine for medical reasons and I had it done as an adult. The turtleneck being too tight is a real thing.
Just ask Brittany Venti.
There's literally no justification for it. No, not medically. If he truly wants the snip, he can always do it when he's 18. Why make that irreversible choice for him? Viking, Google the circumcision. Ugh, no, this sounds like something that's going to put me on a list. Viking. Google
Yeah,
the
don't look up
circumcision
Brisma law.
ritual of Matzitza Bibi and then try not to be anti-Semitic. Sounds like a topic for the Daily Wire. Russell Hall, look, I love vaginas. They're one of my favorite things, but let's be honest, they're kind of a mess. Sound gay, Russell.
There's a lot.
They're
going
only a
on.
mess because they intimidate you.
I
I think I'm gay. I think I might be gay in the opposite direction because I think vaginas are gross.
I'm
Like I
so
actually
disgusted by
do.
mine.
Like
Gross how though?
like okay,
Would you-
like I
No,
think
I
they're
like sucking dick better. Like I think vaginas look pretty, but they don't. Like I can't eat a
They're
vagina.
more
like, I
they're
can't-
complicated.
I
I'm
beat
with
my
you,
fair share
Violet.
of cookie
Six
in
are
my day, but it's not
straightforward.
as
Six are
easy as it seems.
foolproof. Yeah.
No, it's gross. I'll like look at mine. I'm like, ugh, what do fucking have to live with you?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even
No,
know.
no, I'm not like
No.
that at all.
I look at mine and I'm like, wow, this is a masterpiece.
Same. I
I know,
find
same here,
I'm
Lila.
happy for you. Like that's amazing. You can
This is
have
the
that.
best.
Like good on you.
I stare into it. I wax myself when I'm still
into
trying to
it.
be a naked mole rat. Sometimes I'll go full bush. I mean, either way, it's all good. It's just great. I look at it. I talk to it. I'm like, you are powerful.
No,
Yeah,
yes.
I need to
You
start
thank
doing
your
that.
you thank you for taking that dick like a champ. I thank my feet for
Yeah.
walking me around. Yes.
Oh, you're a
And
hard
I'm
worker.
not that mirror gal that like puts a mirror and I'm like, I don't want to see into my cavern. Like that's
Right.
that's
Yeah.
not it. No,
I
thank you.
participated in a play called The Vagina Monologues. Okay.
Oh,
You
boy.
did?
I was I forget which vagina I was, but I was a vagina and I had to pretend there were like 12 different types of vaginas and I had a part.
Oh my
The
god, that's
vagina.
amazing.
Ooh.
I remember I watched that play, man. That was
Were you like vulva number 4? What was your part?
Oh my gosh, there's a let me figure out which one I was. I would remember. The vagina
Lopsided. Like you're just like one labia is longer than the other.
Vagina monologue.
I just don't feel attracted to it. I think it's a
I've only
concept
had
that's okay.
one chick say something definitely harsh. Big labias matter.
I think, okay, here's the thing. I think people can have their opinions. Like, okay, if you want to get like super nitty gritty and you want to be objective about it, right? Of course, everyone's going to say like cut looks better. Like just like objectively speaking, right? Because it looks like how it looks erect all the time, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, and we're conditioned to it. Like okay, sure. But like, you can have your opinion that it like technically when you're uncut, it doesn't look slightly as good. But like, I think it becomes more mean spirited where it's like, no, you should have it snipped off because it's disgusting. Like, I can say vaginas, I'm not attracted to them. I find them gross, but I'm not going to go around saying we should snip vaginas. Like,
Well, it's just beauty
'Cause it's not really a
standards in
practice.
general. You know, it's just beauty standards wherever your area is. You know, maybe in
It
Minnesota
is.
they like the
But
store
we don't like
buckle
it.
and bleach blonde hair. I don't know.
But we don't like when it's pushed on us. We don't like those like unreasonable beauty standards.
There are circumcision benefits, which is prevention of penile problems and decreased risk of penile cancer, decreased
And you
risk
don't
of
come as
sexually transmitted
quickly,
infections.
says Visconti, and it's for the ladies. That's what Visconti told me when I walked into the kitchen. That's what he said. He said it's actually for you. That's
then he
what the
showed
elders
you.
told us. Yeah.
What are the
I
numbers?
think either way, no matter what decision you make, God, the Holy Spirit will come through, let you know,
Oh.
and you'll make the decision. And it'll
Don't
be
get
I like
God's
that.
creation.
I like that.
Let
You will know.
God's creation be.
Could you say that circumcision is also a creation of God because it's something that
It's like
happens?
people saying mushroom.
Plastic surgery would be then. That would be
Yeah,
what you're gonna do.
all of it is.
Botulism in
Like-
my forehead
Oh,
makes
yeah.
me happy, and it's poison in my stomach, but it makes me happy in my forehead.
Wouldn't people
you know, and God's
transitioning
made
then
that.
be also that? Like, I
You
don't-
could say it exists in nature. People are always going to
Yes.
change their looks to fit what they want to look like.
All right.
So iguanas.
thing off.
You're saying?
Let your dick flag fly. Listen, I get that sounds like I'm anti-circumcision, actually. Like a flap. No,
I'm
I
literally
think,
picturing like the
yes.
foreskin fluffing in
Chrissy,
the.
you should put up one of those
A
like
pole?
a pole, yes, to circumcise or
pole?
to not circumcise.
All right, we'll put it in the hands of the YouTube chat.
Yes.
Like all important decisions.
How the decision will be
And
made.
they are always very
Okay.
rational and normal.
You guys, I watched a documentary today and I was like, if I was a man, this is exactly what I would do. There's this guy who has over 120 children because he was like a free sperm donor and he has friendships with all of them. He was like a university professor and he's got like 100 kids out there. And I'm like, this is what I would do.
But
I
he
would do
He has
the
like no
opposite.
responsibility to him. Jeez.
Spread your
Is
seed.
it
Black?
what's it called, Lila?
No,
Because-
he's a guy.
Black.
Most of the ladies are like lesbian couples who
Oh,
can't
okay,
have
different.
children, and then he just makes the kid for them.
Oh,
just
this
do a
is a different
swap.
story. There
That's
was
kinda
another doctor
neat.
that was the couples were going and he wasn't inseminating the ladies with the man's sperm. He was inseminating them with his own sperm. That was a different documentary, a more sinister.
Oh,
one.
that-
That was
right.
sinister. This guy was he was offering it to them. And then, like they were all on the show. They were on Drew Barrymore's show talking about it. All the little families. And I was like, oh my god, he has like 100 kids. It's kind of cool.
Oh my
Guys,
gosh.
are so good. He had 25 kids last year. 25.
He's
That's
like
amazing.
He's like on the grid with that kind of like he's known to, you know, he had all these kids and he's like genetically like linked to that and like there's paperwork on that. I want to have like a kid like off the grid, like hardcore, like a secret
grid.
kid. Like
Ooh.
a black market child.
That'd be cool.
Right?
Chrissy,
No
I
one
put that-
knows.
That's so hardcore.
Becomes the emperor of our future.
I know.
You know, I
Chrissy,
dream
are
big.
you going to do homeschooling or like regular school? Or what's going to be the.
Luckily I have a couple years to figure that out. I guess it depends if I'm able to make enough money not at a 9 to 5, right? Like if I'm able to, you know, I think it depends on how successful I am if I have the time.
Oh my god, what if your baby is just a super genius? You have one of those babies that comes out and he has just like like a super huge IQ and he doesn't even need to go to school. He just like
Look at
knows
the big
everything.
brain on Pellegrino. Right.
Like this is why the birth was so painful. It's a damn big head. Yeah, I would like to think that it'd be possible, but again, it entirely depends on like if I can make enough money for that
You
sort of
could
thing.
make
to
money
super
off
chatting,
your
people.
homeschooling by podcasting it.
Yeah.
Public school or
Idea.
private school?
Ooh, that's tricky because I've worked in private schools. I've gone to public schools. I do have a sister who is a teacher who has shared with me many tales of public school. So I guess I would lean towards private at this point.
Would you do like a Catholic school of some sort, or like
Yeah,
just, like-
probably.
yeah.
I did
Yeah.
Catholic school 10 years, and then high school, I went public school. I was like, I want to have fun, mom and dad. And then rest is mystery.
Sato, you can't trust anything that bleeds for 7 days and doesn't die. Oh, that old trope. Carl's frosted tips. Imagine how bad Stut John's micro chicken smells. Thank you, Carl. Charles, we're all uncircumcised when it's cold. Ain't that the truth?
That's pretty good. Shrinkage.
Oh my goodness. Yes. I can't even think about school. I feel like that's like I can barely grasp the concept of someone coming out of me.
I think
I can't wait to take him to school. Chrissy, you'll be like, I'm tired. I'll be like, I'll take him, and then I'll walk him in, and I'll be like, can I be the room nanny for the day? And I'll be like, do this, little bean. And he'll be like, can you get Auntie Kiki to stop taking me to school, please? This is embarrassing.
That's so cute.
Can't wait.
Wow, the circumcision pole is literally turtleneck and neck. Oh my god. I can't even really. I'm still a little bit in denial, if I'm being totally honest.
I think every pregnant lady is.
No, I don't think that's true. I think some women like literally all they can think about is getting married and having kids, and that's their entire personality for their entire lives.
They're born to do it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the first one though, it's still like, is this really happening? When I see you, it looks like I'm like your stomach is going to fall off of your body. I'm like,
feels
there's a
like
human
he's
in
gonna
there.
crawl out. Like sometimes when I'm walking, it just feels so like low and heavy. I'm like, it feels like he's just gonna fall out.
He's gonna
Do
be
you,
like
do you feel a little bit more confident though because
No,
Frank
hell
already
no.
had one? Like he
Oh,
already had
confident, like, oh, I'm confident that one of us has parenting skills. Yeah.
Yeah, because
One of us
I feel like new parents that are like brand new, like even the guys, like, oh my god, I'm freaking out. Like, but then since Frank's gone through that already, I think like you guys kind of
True.
have an advantage.
He's changed diapers.
Yeah,
I
I
have
think
the least
he's there.
experience.
He's done that. Like, I think he can pick up the slack where you might feel like, oh, I can't do this right now.
Yeah, I haven't dragged him to a single class, a single webinar. I have not made him do a single thing. Like he wants to come to some of the doctor's appointments, which is cool, but I have not like made him do anything, which I think I'm giving myself a lot of credit for. 'cause
Yeah,
I don't want to be a nag.
but you're trusting him too. You're like, well, you've already done this. Like, I mean, really, the
Yeah.
biggest class is actually doing it in real life. Like he has
Everyone's
a living,
chill
breathing
about it
child.
except for me. Yeah.
I'll go to Lamaze with you. We'll laugh our way through the breathing.
Okay.
We'll like,
And we can pretend we're lesbians.
yes, it'll be hilarious. I'll slick my hair back. No one will know the
You
difference.
should totally do it.
That's funny.
It
We'll
seems
scream it.
Lamaze seems so gay. I'm
It
like,
does
Did you guys?
seem terrible.
Did you guys already talk about Selena Gomez?
no, this is a perfect time to
Damn it,
talk
we
about
Oh
Selena Gomez.
yay! I'm so excited to miss it.
Let's talk about Selena Gomez. What's
Her poor
happening
head looks like the
to her
moon.
face?
And nice to meet you, Violet. You're the only one I haven't met.
Oh, she's
Oh,
lovely.
nice to meet you. Hi.
No fucking way. That's fucking fake.
What is happening to her?
That's a terrible angle, and she's eating.
There's no good angle there.
Yeah, that was really odd. But she definitely has lupus.
She has
No,
lupus.
She has lupus, and
Is that a symptom?
does she have injections?
Well,
It
Anna
doesn't
was
look
saying
like
she's
it.
on medication for it, and the medication like basically does that to your face. It like puffs up your face and stuff like that. It's really
She's
sad.
always had a
So-
round face, though.
She has, unlike like Amy Schumer, her face, a thyroid thing or whatever, her head, but she's always had sort of a round face too.
Does look like a sexy Gorlock. I will give it to her.
Sexy Gordlock. Oh my god, that's mean.
She's definitely gained weight, so it's hard to tell if this is the weight gain or just specifically something that's happening to her face.
Her skin looks great. Her
Yeah.
skin
Yeah.
looks nice.
Yeah, doesn't lupus give you like red skin?
Oh.
I think it's
don't know.
rosacea.
Maybe you're thinking leprosy.
Leprosy.
Oh, maybe.
When her nose, if her nose falls off, we'll know. She
So
doesn't look that bad. It's not that big of a deal. It looks like she gained a few lbs, and she's already.
Yeah,
I think people are. This is her now. She looks fine in here. This looks pretty.
Well, the most latest picture was another one that went viral. Do you have that one, Chrissy?
Is it this one?
That is the unfortunate angle.
No, it's not that one. Hold on, I'll get it
Is
for you.
it?
It's the
This
one
is
with her
her.
tits hanging out.
Yeah.
She looks
Her a
good
few
there.
months ago. Those are fine.
It's the one with
I
her
don't-
tits that are when her tits are
I
like
guess
out.
I don't have that.
Here it is. I'll share my screen.
That's the one where people are like, "Oh my god!" Right?
To like, what happened to her?
Delco,
I
Chris.
think-
Oh, thank you for the super chat. Chrissy, you and Frank are obligated to make these decisions on behalf of your children without influence from a peanut gallery. You, Frank, and a medical professional.
exactly.
That's it.
Agreed.
Thank you, Chris.
Agreed, Delco.
But please feel free to judge me no matter what I do.
Your baby.
Instablog trending photo. Oh,
that's like
she's like falling out of this top.
This is the one that people
It
are like.
is. This is for
commenting on.
sure weight gain. I mean,
Yeah, it's just weight gain. Va va voom.
Yeah.
My goodness, those bazoombas. Jesus. But
Zumba, they look good.
Chrissy Teigen face.
regular
That
chick.
plastic surgery Chrissy Teigen face.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how come in that video she had that weird, like, yeah, exactly, like that weird.
because she's in
Chrissy
LA,
Teigen
they all
thing.
do that. It's all fillers and injections and things, and now it's just
So then you guys are saying she is doing that because Anna was saying that this is all like that video was all basically her medication that she takes. For lupus.
no, I
'Cause
think
it puffs up
everybody-
puffs up your face and your skin and whatever else.
Everybody in LA, they at the very least, have Botox and their eyebrows microbladed. And she
Yeah.
probably has a little bit of lip fillers and maybe a little cheek filler, and then
little
on
bit of
top of the
cheek filler.
medication, then yeah, that's what you and gained a few lbs. But apparently, the boy run media likes the way she looks like this. So I don't
She
know.
got veiny titties.
Those are
They're
MapQuest on her chest.
They're thinking very hard.
yes, her back
This is-
must be
this is
killing
her
her.
and
But see, it's always been like
Aw.
peeking her face, you know?
I said Justin Timberlake. I meant Justin Bieber.
Oh.
I've always hated that hairstyle.
Me too.
What, like this one?
Yeah, I think it looks so stupid.
They both have bangs for days.
Yeah, I never really got this haircut either. Like that weird. I don't know.
Wait, Chris Gore sent me a movie that for the circumcision thing. I'll send it
He
to
sent
you.
it to me too.
Oh,
Just some
okay.
light.
He
just
sent
some
it to
light
me as
walking.
well.
And also, we can't compare
Everyone
a photo
watch
of her. She grew up in the spotlight. She grew up. She
Right.
was a child star. We can't compare a photo of her at what 12 to
Hey, she
when
doesn't
she's
look like
now
Amanda
what,
Bynes.
she's 31.
I do not like the fact that her friend gave her a kidney and then she left that said friend out of her documentary, her life documentary. She just left the part out where someone gave her a goddamn kidney.
Jesus.
Oh,
If someone gave me a kidney, I would be
Yeah.
thanking them every chance I got, every podcast, every
Well-
show, everything. I'd be like, oh, and by the way, big thank you to Nina Infinity for gifting me a kidney.
Did you check the
I
credits?
would give you a kidney, Lila.
Oh, thank you. very
You
much.
you probably would be the only person that I would offer a kidney to.
And I would shout you out every time. You would be forever attached to me. If I had a documentary on my life, you would be the first thing I talk about because I would not be alive without that said kidney.
okay.
I
So
would-
here is partially why people think she did have work done. This is her in
Yeah.
2008 versus 2023.
2008 is so long. She's a kid
that's not
there.
enough.
Right. And also makeup, no
Baby
makeup.
fat.
She
You still
doesn't
got the baby
actually
fat.
look
This
that
is like,
good.
okay, she's got more eyebrows. They're brushed up.
They're
Eyes-
microbladed. She's got
Her cheekbones
maybe
thin out a little bit as you get older, so that all
Her
could be
nose looks
normal.
the same.
It does look the same,
just
and she's got a little
contoured.
contouring on, yeah, and
Yeah, you
maybe
can tell
some
that's
some lip filler. Everybody does lip filler. I haven't, but
Also,
like
I don't think lip filler does that good.
I mean, it's not that like shocking. She looks basically the same with makeup. So
that photo is like highly contrast on the right. So like,
Yeah.
right.
That's interesting. Some people think she's had some work done.
No.
The doctor thinks
I
she's
vote
had
no.
no job.
I think chalk it up to a few lbs gained.
Yeah.
And some contouring makeup. I mean, that's it. She's a kid there. She's an adult woman
Right.
on the right, like
Yeah.
with a shit ton of makeup on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing with Schumer. She just gained a ton of weight. It's like big deal.
Yeah.
They're
Whatever. Now your
still
face is the moon.
killing
It's
it.
fine.
Their bank accounts gained a bunch of weight
She's
too.
killing
so
it.
Right.
She has,
no need
they're
to be
both
upset.
rich and fine. Who cares if they're
Well,
fat
I
and
mean,
disgusting?
Schumer didn't that whole thing happen where she went on that podcast or whatever, or like the show, and everybody was like, "What the fuck's going on with your face?" And then she went and actually got a diagnosis,
She
and
said
it
she
turns
had
out she has
Cushing
it.
syndrome.
Or so,
Well,
yeah,
and
something
at
like
the
that.
height of her like fame, she was like they were put her on diets and things, and she was like the
Yeah.
thinnest she's ever been. Now she's like in her natural
state.
Yeah, and she's never been like she's never hidden the fact that she just likes to eat. Her husband is an autistic chef.
Yes, he's making her
Wow.
delicious autistic meals all the time.
Right, and she's rich as fuck. I mean, yeah, that's what do you think is going to happen? Like,
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we discussed this because I feel like she's just gained weight and is on medication.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. Russell Hall, lupus does make your skin red, confirmed by Russell Hall. Right, oh boy, that girl's not friends with her anymore since Selena won't stop drinking. Oh, she's ruining her gifted kidney. That's terrible.
That is kind of messed up.
It's terrible.
Ooh.
Missy,
That's
I
why
know
no
you
one
have to
would want
pop
my
off.
kidney.
Missy, tell the wonderful people.
Missy.
And thank you for staying the whole time. My
Yeah.
God. Damn.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
You're the best. Where can people find you? What is coming up? I know you streamed. Do you still stream on
I have
Twitch?
not streamed in a hot minute. I'm looking to make a shift to the YouTube world, but I have a lot going on right now in life. Nothing to really broadcast for everybody else. Like I say, whenever I get invited on these things, I'm so honored because I literally have no business. So I'm not a comedian. I'm not a big streamer. Like I used to really do Twitch a lot. I haven't in a hot minute, but and my Instagram is private. I'm such a loser.
You're smart and funny and a good hang. That's all you need.
Hey, yeah, I'm a good hang.
Best ever.
Yeah,
like
you're fun.
I loved having you on Keanu Cast, and then
I love having a good time.
We killed Stuttering John. Like we shot an arrow through his heart because we were just talking. We said
was
one thing
hilarious.
about him. So
That
don't you know.
No, I don't mean
throwing
to
yourself
necessarily
down.
knock
You're
myself.
very
I just don't have
entertaining.
like a lot to promote. I will have a lot more to promote in coming times. I have a lot going on in my new home state of South Carolina and living it up with my man. And so it's just been
Nice.
good stuff. So
Yeah.
but I love when I get to hang out with you ladies, and it's been awesome.
And I like your ET shirt.
Thanks.
Yeah.
OG.
Sweater puppies.
Oh, cool.
When I wrap a towel around my head and I walk like ET. I look like that.
Sometimes
one of
when
my
we're on the
favorite
road, I put Lila in the basket of my bike seat. And I go really fast.
That's awesome.
Oh my god, can you guys please take a picture if you ever do that? That is
Oh.
great.
I need to see this now.
Well, it's really
thank
good
you
to
all
see you
so
again,
much.
Missy.
It's good
Yes,
seeing
good to see you, Missy.
Bye.
I want to come see you. Or when you start streaming, I'm going to start watching you.
Yes.
That's
Mhm.
Oh, if I know Violet's watching, I'm gonna. Well, so good seeing you again, Violet. After like meeting you in New York last time, it was great seeing Lila
Yes,
and
you're so nice
Brittany
to
and
me.
Nina, Kiki. Chrissy, I hope the next time I see you, you have a little baby. Not in a messenger bag.
Yeah. Cut or uncut, it doesn't even matter. She's just
No,
like,
I don't care.
no.
Leave it up. It's none of
Yeah.
my business.
We're just gonna flip a coin.
We're gonna flip a coin.
Leave it to chance. I love it.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, ladies, enjoy the rest of your stream and have a good time. I'll see you next
Love
time.
you, Missy.
Bye, Missy.
Nina, same for you. Where can people find you? What's coming up?
Thank you for having me on, Chrissy. And of course, I definitely love, I love you and I want to see this baby. And I hope that, I mean, I don't know how much time you're going to be taking off, like when you actually
idea.
become a mom. Like, so I feel like I'm gonna miss you. So I want to see you like so much when you're like still in the pregnant stage, because I feel like once you become a mom, like you're gonna be like MIA for a minute, you know?
I don't know. How much time could he possibly need?
You won't
He's
take
gonna
any
need a
time
minute.
off.
But thank you again for having me on as always. And you guys can follow me on Nina Infinity on YouTube and Nina Infinity on Rumble, where I do my Wednesday shows. Breaking the Narrative is on there because that's where we can talk without getting censored and stuff. And Friday I do my good news show where I talk about good things and good news, because you have to balance out the world. There's always good things going on too. So thank you, you guys. It's always a pleasure to see you. Violet, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Nina. It's good
Very
talking
nice
to
young
you.
lady. Have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you for my
You're the best. Oh yeah, I meant to bring this up before because I thought this was really funny.
Bring something up. I just got here. I don't want everyone to keep leaving.
I know.
Please don't leave.
I'm a sex therapist. Here are 6 signs you're bad in bed. I have not read this article yet.
Let's read it.
If you're both looking up at the ceiling, guess what? One of you is
You're not.
bad.
They look like they're sleeping in separate twin beds as well. That might be the
Yes, look
problem.
at that.
Yeah.
That's terrible. Okay. Let's see. The 6 signs you suck in bed.
Let's talk about sex, baby, and why you're bad at it. That's funny.
You lack confidence. When you lack body confidence, this is so true. I already feel this way because I haven't been hitting the gym so hard. And I'm like, ugh. And I can't fit into anything. When you lack body confidence, you don't feel free to be open or spontaneous, especially when you weigh 40 pounds more all of a sudden. You're responsive. You might insist on having sex in the dark or under the covers. It can help to focus on what you do like, what feels good. Christopher's advises firing up music or candles to set the mood. These are all, we all know this. While Men's Journal recommends 11 techniques to boost self-esteem, such as preparing for potential pitfalls and visualizing sex success.
Okay, I have a question. So, like, as a woman, okay, this makes sense for men because, like, men kind of have to be confident and, like, lead and all that with sex, right? And it's, like, attractive. But, like, when you're a woman, like, how does that translate? Like, what do you do?
What?
Like, what are your guys' opinions on that?
Be
Like, what do you
light
do?
enough to be on top, or I don't know.
For confidence, I would say working out is huge part of it. Like making sure you're happy with how you look, and I would say buy yourself some good underwear.
Yeah.
Yes, spray tan.
Okay, but
whatever.
let's say you feel like you look good. Like you got that down. You feel like you look. What do you do then? Then what?
Then you just got to get your reps in. You got to get your 10,000 hours in.
Yeah, put a
You
finger
gotta
in the
be
butthole every once in a
proficient.
while.
You gotta. It's all about mastery, baby. You gotta just be.
And it's your attitude.
proficient.
You have to have an attitude of you are the baddest bitch.
Yeah,
gotta
enthusiasm
work
is
it.
always key. You could suck in bed, but if you're enthusiastic and
You
you're
should
not
be
lazy,
sucking in bed.
then,
Am I right, ladies?
I think not being lazy is really important. Being enthusiastic is really important. Like not giving up, like being like especially if you're with a new person and they have an issue or they're not comfortable yet, or like there's, everyone's exes do a number on them. So if there's something like that you've got to fix from your last relationship, just being really patient, especially if it's like a physical thing. You gotta just be willing to like roll up your sleeves. Or if someone like takes a long time to get there, or you know, has a little quirk, I would just say, yeah, patience. Just you got to be a hard worker.
Yeah.
You got to like get in there and figure it out.
And like be willing to take your time and take it
Yeah.
slow. Like if you're just rushing it every time, it's not going to be as like hot
Right.
for you.
Yeah.
You know.
You got to don't have like somewhere to be. Don't try to do it in a rush. Don't try to like sneak it in. Like I think you should just dedicate like several hours. And like
Don't
it doesn't
just
have to
pop
last
on your
several
stomach
hours.
every time.
Yeah.
Hard
Yeah.
worker.
You have to be a hard worker.
Hard worker.
Okay, so confidence. Oh.
Look
Oh.
at these idiots.
Look at
Don't
these
do
idiots.
that.
You're
He's like,
easily
"What am I erecting,
distracted. Ooh, this is a good one. Good sex is about being connected, losing yourself in the pleasure of it, not even thinking about your next move, as if you're dancing together. Self-suggest, practicing mindfulness, training the brain to focus on the present every day and bringing that mindset to the bedroom. Yeah, you can't be distracted by like noises, or maybe you have upstairs roommates, or maybe you have noisy next door neighbors. Like you have to really drown that stuff out.
Bisconti, because I set 50,000 alarms, even if I have to be up at 1 p.m. Like if the alarm goes off, he knows another one's I have to just I have to turn my phone off because he'll be like, God damn it. He's just, or every once in a while we can sneak it in before the seamless order comes. But the last time he was thinking about McDonald's coming, he's like, did they get here yet? Or did we miss the doorbell or whatever? You can't just sneak it in. You got to really, you have to be dedicated to it. It can't be, you can't be making your grocery. He's pounding in here right now. I can. You have to be, you told it on your show. Okay. Hello. Say hello to them.
And then I told it on my show, and Garrett's like, yeah, and then you have to get to the door and pick up the delivery with a huge heart on. I said, yeah, with a heart on. Yeah, damn it. I was so embarrassed.
Get out.
Get out. Oh, if you're embarrassed to talk about sex with your partner, it could be something really tame, like you look nice today, or your eyes are really beautiful. You can offer some sort of compliment about the connection you feel. Yeah, also I think it all starts by like if you've gotten out of the habit of complimenting your person, which we can all get into, just we all just get like whatever tied up with our day-to-days, like work, whatever. If you start to feel like, oh, I'm going into roommate territory with my person, like you can bring that back incrementally. Yeah. And it's very easy for us gals to forget to compliment our men. Like we're so used to being the sole receiver of compliments, but it's so important to compliment men too.
It's true.
She shared the sex struggles that come from poor communication. And of course, too, if you have other issues, like you're not feeling emotionally supported, or you feel like your person is not, chores, whatever the hell it is, like you can't have good sex if that other stuff is not dealt with. If your emotional
I don't want
stuff
you to
isn't dealt with.
enter me if you never do the dishes. Like, why would I let you inside of me? But
right. Whatever the waking clothes on issues have to be in a good place, because if you have any kind of resentment or weirdness, like it's not going to work.
It's true.
It's important to check in with your partner about their desires and continue to follow up, because the preferences can evolve over time. So true. Like don't think that you have them totally figured out. Doesn't matter how long you've been with them.
Right.
You should always be getting to know your person.
Like I've said, my anal day, when I turn 30, my anal days are behind me. That could
They're in
change
the back.
at 40. You never know.
Right.
And he's
back.
80. I'm just kidding. Well, how old will he be?
If you don't change your routine. A Portuguese study published last year in the Journal of Sexual Medicine found that men tend to report higher levels of sexual boredom in long-term relationships compared to women. So you know what? If you're a woman, just sometimes don't come home. That's how I like to mix it up.
I love that about you.
Just disappear for a whole night. You know, keep them
Especially when
guessing.
8 months pregnant. Just don't come home.
Yes, yes, just don't come home. Like, just leave them wondering. I think
I
that's
like that.
fun.
I don't get it. Why wouldn't they just like change the position? Like ask the
Because
woman we're leading. So
men are novelty-seeking creatures. It is their biological imperative to spread their seed. We also have to deal with monogamy because that's best for marriage and kids and whatnot. So I think it's both people's job to keep it fresh and exciting. But
so it's like changing the position, not like fresh enough for them, or like
not just
is it
sexual
that they're not?
position, not just sexual position, but outfits, lingerie, what you're wearing, how you do your hair, like all of it. Like don't get crusty, basically.
Yeah. Put something on. So, or I hate to keep talking about Wisconsin. He'll be like, would you put that thing on? Or he'll be like, he'll take my red crop top and like tie it around my hands above me or something like that. Or like keep that on or
hot.
take this off. Yeah, no, exactly. Like he for an elderly gentleman, he switches it up. He really does. So he's bounding back in here. Please go.
Aw.
No.
I think it's crazy like that. I don't know. I noticed this that a lot of women say like lingerie and stuff like that. And I think lingerie is really cool and pretty. But in my experience, oftentimes I see that guys don't really like it and they feel pressured by it.
Pressured to do what?
Like to have sex. It's like, oh, you need to have sex now. And then it like kills the mood.
I would never, I wouldn't just put it on, but like, unless it were.
I think wear it because you like it. Because if you like to wear it and it makes you feel hot, like then then the guy's gonna be on board. Wear whatever makes you feel hottest. Sometimes that's lingerie. Sometimes that's no underwear and a skirt. Sometimes that's
And
sweat.
are you saying like when you wear it for the guy and you're like, oh yeah, look at me, I put this on for you, or like, will it be different if you wear it and then you're just like, oh yeah, I'm just wearing this to bed?
Yeah.
Are they gonna have a different reaction? Do you
It
think?
depends if you like it. If you're not a lingerie person, you put it on and you feel like a little like,
I
put
feel
out and weird.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's how you feel.
Yes.
I think so.
I would feel kind of shy unless like the guy is hyping me up personally. And I like I said, in my experience, I'm not saying like every single guy ever, but I'm saying like it's more common than I've noticed people talk about it. Like I was very surprised to see like it just puts pressure and like kind of kills the vibe.
I can understand that because it's like, oh, it's this very like obvious like this means we should have sex or this means I'm in the mood. So like, it's like, well, what if we just went to Outback and everyone has gas and now you're wearing lingerie? Now I feel like I have to, I don't know if I'm gonna, the bloomin' onion's about to kick in, so I can
That's how
understand.
some guys are when you bring the camera out. They're like shy all of a sudden.
You don't say.
I think that's like another 2 levels there. I think that's
They get all weird with the camera.
That's so funny.
Holy shit. That's great. Oh my god. I should just make myself laugh. I should try on some lingerie and see how hysterical I look in it. I tried on a bathing suit.
I was gonna bring it up. I wish you took a picture.
Oh my god. I was like pouring myself into a size 12 bathing suit. I was like, this is insane. I can't believe I have a fucking size 12 anything. But I look ridiculous.
It's the weirdest thing. That's why you look so pregnant, because I'm telling you, you look like it's going to fall off of your body. Your arms, legs, head, neck. It's just a giant human in you, and then your legs are this big, like a hen. You like you're.
I always feel like I'm gonna fall over. I wake up, I want to fall over.
So the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
It's the weirdest thing. Okay, here's another tip. Your partner is just not that into it. Consent means both parties want to have sex equally, but consent is so gay. Don't just be like, are you down or are you not down?
Like rape later. Oh, sorry.
Right. If you prefer morning sex and your partner prefers it at night, you need to talk about that. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, because some people are tired and full at night. some people are more like, oh, but I got to go to work in the morning. So you got to figure out when you're feeling your friskiest. You feel shame if you don't perform. Sexual performance anxiety affects 9 to 25% of men, which contributes to premature ejaculation, and 6 to 16% of women. Christopher's advises taking the pressure off by focusing. Yeah, you got to take the pressure off.
Hold on, I'm calling bullshit. They're saying anxiety affects 9 to 25% of men, but also premature. No, that's the opposite thing. Like, if you're anxious, how would you premature? Like, that doesn't make sense.
Because if you're so turned on by somebody, you're like, oh, and you're worried about coming too quick. But you're like, I find this person so hot. It just happens sometimes.
But they're anxious?
Yeah, you're anxious.
compliment.
You're anxious about staying hard. You're anxious about like keeping it going.
Or coming too quick, which is why Bisconti said that people should be cut so that you don't. But I'm not advocating for it, but that's what he said the elders said. So I don't know.
The village elders.
Yeah, he would know.
There are different types of anxiety. Yeah, you can have performance anxiety, like, God, you're new. I haven't figured out your body yet. I don't know how to get you off. There could be like, ooh, like I'm coming too quick. Like I gotta slow my roll. That kind of anxiety. You could be like, oh, my wife's in the next room. I feel anxious about that.
Exactly. It doesn't actually bother me. I almost like get turned on when a guy like comes kind of quick.
It's I love it. Like, oh, I still got it. Yes,
still got it. It does not bug me
That's so
whatsoever.
true.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, put warm gum in me. And then like, you did, because you couldn't take it any longer.
You did.
You did. Yeah. That's a fun power dynamic, but doesn't have to happen all the time.
What are you eating, Lila? It's like you're doing a commercial.
I love
It
this.
is a breakfast burger from
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, Whataburger.
It has hash browns, egg, and a beef patty in it.
I'm literally like, my nipples are hard looking at that. I'm so sorry.
I'm really hungry too, which I never am at this hour.
I love hash browns on a sandwich.
And it got bacon too.
That's a lot.
Yummy. Yeah, you eat an almond a day and you're 8 months pregnant. Stop this, please.
Those nut clusters you got me were so good. I was eating them in the car.
That sounded sexual.
They were great. Like nut clusters, a little dippy in chocolate. So good.
And then I went down at the, like, after we all went to bed, and I got their finest Skittles with the pregnant twin lady. And that's when I did want to ask, like, if she was pregnant with twins.
I would never eat something like that not pregnant, but it does look good right now.
Yeah. It looks amazing.
I would try to eat that with no bun and no potato.
I always try to take like one bun off so I feel a little healthier.
Yeah.
Well, at least lately.
Are we?
I got side bangs, guys. Do you like them?
I love it. I was going to ask. I think it's very chic.
I did it because I saw Ariana Grande do it, and I was like, I'll be Ariana Pequeno.
Well, if Ariana does it, then
Ariana Pequeno.
You have really good eyeliner too. The wing is like really wing.
The eyeliner game is on point.
I did it myself.
Yeah.
I love.
It's very good. You know, I thought that we were going to go harder on Selena Gomez, but you know what? I'm glad that we didn't. It's like,
no,
great.
Yeah.
She hasn't done anything to me.
I think she's on a better path than her old friend Demi Lovato. So
yes,
we can give her credit for that.
What happened to Demi Lovato? Is she just like a propaganda tool, full blown?
She was like bisexual, I don't know. She was all the sexual.
Right. She was non-binary, wasn't she?
Yeah.
She's like a they now. Yeah.
Ugh.
She had eating disorders out the ass too.
Coke.
She
I
then she almost OD'd at one point. I think she's doing better now, but she's like a.
I was
exactly
also a leprechaun for Demi Lovato for one of her Halloween parties.
What's that?
I was a leprechaun for Demi Lovato.
Did you like that better than being a leprechaun for
Kanye West?
Yeah.
Oh, the Kanye West leprechaun situation. That was iconic. That was great.
That's
okay.
The Demi Lovato one, it was fine. I mean, it was a Halloween party, so other people were also dressed up. So it wasn't like I was this special leprechaun. Okay, it just was my costume. She was nice. She's always been nice to me. And then I was also, she had this party for her like music thing. Her and one of the Jonas brothers, and I was Mrs. Claus for an event with my friend who has since passed away. And when he passed away, she posted a picture of him, and I was in the photo as a miniature Mrs. Claus.
Oh my God.
And then all her fans got fucking mad at me because I wrote something on Twitter about how just like how Hollywood just like ruins people, and they went crazy. They went fucking psychotic on me, and they're like, "You don't even know her." And I'm like, "I do. Look at this photo that she posted."
Yeah, see,
Well, I am as a
if I didn't know her, would I be dressed as Mrs. Claus with her? No.
That's cute. But those days are behind you, the mascot days, right, Lila?
I'm retired. Kathy
Yeah.
Griffin was also at that party.
She lives next to the Kardashians, doesn't she? I believe. I believe that's only what I heard from them, and I keep up with them, as they say, but it's all Calabasas, you know.
I haven't kept up with them in years.
I will tell you this: they smell and look beautiful in person. I wish
Really?
I wish I could say, "Oh, it's just no, it's not the filters. Whatever creams, adrenochrome, they're slapping on their face. That shit is working."
They have
And
frozen.
I mean, if
faces.
you're that rich, you have no excuse not to like look and smell great. You have
People
everything.
say, and you're not the first person I've heard that from, Lila. People say Kim Kardashian is the best smelling person they've ever encountered ever.
Really?
Yeah.
I and Ariana Grande, because Ariana Grande has her own perfume line, and she fucking just sprays that shit.
So
all
does
over her.
Kim. So does Kim. Yeah.
Sprays
Same
all
thing.
over her,
Yeah.
and she just sings randomly. She was when I met her, she was singing. She was singing the remote control, like what's the when you're watching TV and it's like TV Guide. She was singing the names of shows, and she sounded like a goddamn angel. It was so beautiful. It was.
She was singing TV Guide.
Yes, just the name of the TV shows, and it was angelic as well.
Cops are on at 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Shark Tank.
Yes, and it
Enthusiasm.
was fucking angelic, and I was just like, I was really starstruck. She smelled amazing. The voice of an angel. She walked in, and it was just like,
And they can afford like expensive, good perfume all the time. Like it's when you have cheap perfume, that's the one that makes you sneeze. That's the one that like it's like stifling, but like a good
I
expensive.
spray the fuck out of myself now. I do. I mean, a bottle of like a Victoria's Secret perfume that maybe someone would hoard for 6 months. That 2 weeks, it's out. I'm just spray. I want to walk into a room.
You know what? That's the way to do it because I'm sick of having a bottle of perfume for too long. It's like.
Yeah, I'm tired of it. I get sick of it. I douse myself in that shit. I don't care.
Mine lasts for years because I always forget. That's the one thing I forget is to spray perfume. I do lotion, deodorant, like nobody's business. But
Well,
perfume,
Violet, you look like you smell good. Okay.
Yeah, you look like you smell.
Look like you smell flowery and sweet.
Good, thank
I can
you.
smell you through the screen, and it smells delicious. I smell like
Like
a
a violet. No.
Okay.
Yeah, like something at Sephora in a brightly colored bottle. That's what Violet looks like she smells like.
Thank you. I'm flattered.
I one time before the pandemic followed a woman onto a train, not just a subway, but a railroad train. I literally Pepe Le Pew'd, like smelled this smell and like tailed her. I was like, oh my God, what the hell is that? I sat behind her. It wasn't even my train. I was like,
Why didn't you just
I was
ask?
like, I don't mean to be weird. Well, I had to make it organic. So I sat right behind her on the train. I was like, I have to ask what cologne are you wearing? And then I immediately bought it. And it's in my rotation now.
What was it? Are you gonna gatekeep it?
It was Baccarat Rouge 450. It's the fucking best. It's like it gets the most reaction out of people.
Baccarat Rouge
But it's expensive as fuck.
Yeah, like the way you
but
say
it's
that.
so good. But here's the thing is I've read too is I can't keep switching up my perfumes because I read something that like if you keep switching your perfumes, the baby gets confused and they can't smell you, and then they think you fucking left them. So I have to pick a perfume and stay with it for a while.
I've been using Ed Hardy from Ross. I get it from Ross.
Ed Hardy?
It's Ed Hardy, and it smells so fucking good. I just douse myself in it. I use a mixture. I make a concoction. I'll do like 2 sprays of something and then another spray of this and that, and I'm just
Brittany Spears Curious with the
it's so good. I love
so
Britney
good.
Spears Curious. And at Ross, it's like $14.99.
I'm using I have Tom Ford right now, which I really love, but that shit's fucking expensive. Like
And
it's
like,
men's.
oh, Lindsay has a really good Le Labo one that every time I smell it, I'm like, oh God, like she smells so good.
I just think there's nothing like when you walk into a room and there's like a group of people and they're like, someone smells nice. And I like to be like, yes, that's so me.
I always
Just
yell,
my
it's not
essence."
me. Yeah.
You de parfum.
Courtney, I tried buying a knockoff of it and it smelled like absolute dog shit. So
like ass.
I haven't found any good dupes. But
And I started using that Lume deodorant.
the Lumi
The one
stuff?
that Ashton told us about.
It's deodorant for your whole body.
I mean, I use the coconut one, and that it's like it smells so good.
Really?
I got it.
What
at
are you
Target.
putting it on though? Everything?
Just my pits. I'm not doing all that
Okay.
extra stuff. Just the pits.
And it's like what? No aluminum, no
Yeah.
phthalates, no fragrance, all that shit.
It has a fragrance. It smells like a warm coconut. It smells good. But I'm not rubbing that shit on my ass. I mean, I think if you have to rub a cream all over your ass because there's a scent, you should just take a shower. Like,
Yes, that's how I
you
feel.
try and disguise a scent on your ass. That's like
Right. Just get in the shower. Take
Yeah,
10
we don't need
minutes.
to cover it up. We don't need to Febreze our asses. It's not going to, just
Right.
pop
That's
the
why
gas
I
every once
I
in a
backed
while.
away from the booty wipe community because I'm like, you just need to shower. Like, don't buy so many products for you just to get away with not showering.
Well, it's the boy run media making us think we smell bad. You know,
I have something called dude wipes, and it's basically a shower in a bag. They have big ones. Like they have basically like
it's a product.
It's yeah. You get these huge. They sell big ones. Like if a man doesn't want to take a shower, you just fucking.
Oh my
Chris,
god!
What?
The booty
And
wipe
it's like
community.
just shower.
Just
because you can
get in some water.
You can get away with dirty hair. You can do a dry shampoo. You can do like a slight dampening. You could do a product spray. You can do this. You know, this is slept on hair that was
Right,
washed
get the
last
root.
night.
You know, you could baby powder, poor man's dry
Yeah.
shampoo. And if
And
you're
then
in
you
a
just need a
pinch,
10-minute body shower and poof, you're good again.
a dude wiping you. It's like
The dude wipes is like you're like
It's too much.
okay,
You're
now-
like, just
now I'm
shower,
laugh
sir.
happy. I've never heard of this.
the
What?
dude wipes. They make big ones. And they don't even flush really. Dude wipes are misleading.
Oh, you
Yeah,
can't.
is that what it's for? Like camping? When you can't put on like
Right.
But some
deodorant
men
in the
are
shower?
just camping at their homes, you know, like
Chrissy,
They're like-
you can swaddle your child in dude wipes, maybe.
oh, the dude wipes. Yeah, oh, bird bath. That's what they call them.
Mhm. A whore bath, yeah.
A whore bath, a Mexican shower. We have different terms for these things. Charles, maybe she's getting really good autism pipe and just don't care anymore. I'm not sure what that's in regards to, Charles.
Whom
but
are
thank
you referring to?
To whom do you refer? Remember, put your thumb to work in the ugh. No. I don't want a surprise thumb anywhere.
You don't
Sorry.
want a thumb in your ass.
No. I don't want a thumb anywhere. The thumb is the least sexy finger.
Yeah.
Don't have sex with the same digit that you're gonna hitchhike with.
Oh god.
Yeah. Why do you think they call ugly people? He looks like a thumb. Like,
Right.
Right. It's just not a.
Thumbs are good
the
for like a
learner.
massage. That's it.
And for picking things up. We're very lucky to have them. But
it's so functional, it's too functional. You
yeah,
know, it's
that's what separates us from the animal, the
the
opposable
apes.
thumb. Right.
Actually, you know what? The monkeys have thumbs too, but
yes,
their
but
thumbs are like down here.
yeah, evolution is weird.
Russell Hall says, if men needed compliments, we'd be women. Oh, shut up. Men need compliments too. I'm not talking gay ones. I'm talking appreciative, like not taking you for granted. And you don't have to necessarily compliment looks. It could be acts of service. It could be anything.
Thank you for blowing me.
You notice they worked hard at something. Russell Hall lingerie is for women. Naked apron is for men. That sounds gay. Dirty Jersey. Hell, ladies, love y'all, especially Violet. Serious question. What are your thoughts on deadbeat moms who abandon their kids? Yes, they exist. I don't know of any. I would say it's the same thing I feel about deadbeat any kind of parents.
I think they're inspirational. I mean, what? Like, that's so opposite, you know? I'm like, wow, that's kind of
It's
cool.
groundbreaking.
I suppose
It is.
if you're having thoughts of, I don't know, drowning your child or something, then leave. Please leave. But other than that, don't be a deadbeat mom, you know.
I would say, yeah, this sucks. Not everyone should have kids or is equipped to have kids.
Why is it though that like the people who shouldn't have kids and like they're just able to pop out like 10 real quick?
Right.
Or like they say, don't drink, don't do this, don't do that. I met a girl the other day who told me her coworker is like 7 months pregnant and she's still having a glass of wine every night. And the first kid that she had, she said, I drank wine with him and he's fine. And
I have
apparently the baby's
heard
completely healthy.
I've heard the one glass of wine thing. I used to work with a woman who did the one glass of wine thing. For me, I'm just like, well, I can't control how big that glass is going to be, so I just go ahead and leave it out. Like I would do an Amy Schumer glass. I'd be like, it's one glass. But I have heard that one glass can be okay.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of deadbeat moms in my town like that I've come across. And
where are you from?
I'm from Texas.
Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of deadbeat dads. So I think it's kind of sad because I feel like your kid is always like gonna love you no matter what.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
Especially if you're the mom. Like they're always like gonna stick up for you. So don't be a deadbeat mom. It's not cool.
If you have a kid, if you have the wherewithal to have a child, don't be a deadbeat anybody. You could be a deadbeat single person and go and live your deadbeat life. If you have if you made somebody come out of you, either out of your dick or you pushed him out of your vagine, then you have a responsibility to not be a deadbeat. But that's the sad part of it. So
yeah, it is.
Yeah, and they're like looking up to you to be a good person. So you should do that, right?
Yes.
And
I'll
by
be a good
what
person once I have kids.
do people mean by deadbeat? Like you have a substance abuse problem, or you like you have an obvious.
I felt like
obstacle?
more like you just bail on them, sort
You
of.
just like left.
Yeah.
Oh,
God.
Don't take care.
You just had somewhere to be.
Yeah, you're just like, I'm not doing this family anymore, and I'm out.
Yeah, see, I think that's a real cowardly way out because it's like you consciously decide to have sex with someone. You consciously decide to have sex with them with no protection. You consciously decide to have sex with someone who's not on the pill or any kind of birth control. You consciously you know what I mean? Like there are many decisions that go into somebody getting pregnant. So I think that's extremely selfish and shitty to then. And then, right, the person's pregnant. You have time to give them up for adoption. You have time to figure out the parenting plan if you really can't do it. And you can't put them up for adoption. So it's like if you're at the point where they're born and you're still in their life and you're gonna puss out and that's very selfish and shitty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad. That's why a lot of people have problems and issues because they had shit happen to them in their childhood. That's why we must take down Nickelodeon.
Yes, take them down. Jeremy Parker says, I wish Violet was showing some décolletage. And why isn't Lila eating some roasted canine from a dog she just assassinated? Look, Jeremy, coming in here with your $5 super chat, one tits, okay?
Hey,
Dog
decolletage.
I hate this word. I've refused to learn how to.
Decolletage.
I refuse to learn how to pronounce this word.
Decolletage.
Thank you.
Decolletage.
It's like how I can't say. I can't. That word that Italians say, ricotta.
Ricotta.
Yeah, right. I don't like to say it. Decolletage. I think it's
Decolletage.
Decolletage. Decolletage.
What's that
Decolletage.
cheese? That Italian cheese that starts with a P.
No, prosciutto. That's a meat. Parmesan.
I don't know.
Gabagool. No, just kidding. That's
Gabagool.
Pecorino?
Gabagool,
Do you mean pecorino?
I don't know, actually. I'll think of it.
Regarding hygiene, Red Fox had an album titled "You Got to Wash Away Us." The man was ahead of his time. It's true. You got to. You gotta just watch it. Jim Marshall, Chrissy, your humor has got me through my shitty job a lot of nights. Oh, that means a lot. Thank you. Let me help you with your diaper fund. You and your family are in my heart. Much love, Marshall. I too have had many shitty jobs, like probably 15.
What would you say was the worst job that you ever had?
Oh my God. So many of them were bad for so many different reasons. But I would say, like, I had this job once where I worked for this company. I think it was called B Productions or something. And we were working Fashion Week. And it was the most just like well, I've had many soul sucking jobs, but this was like, I was working in a windowless room, like physically making wires, like wrapping them together, just like it was all dudes and me somehow. I was like, I'm going to work in production. And so I'm like just making wires, no windows. I never knew what time it was. And
it's
then
like
it
the
would
fashion industry's like mail
Yeah.
room. I don't understand.
kind of,
Yeah.
yeah. And I'd be thinking like, ooh, showbiz, but I'd be like essentially a gaffer. Like I would be helping with like setups, like Fashion
That
Week
sounds like
camera
what
setups.
kids do in Indonesia,
It
making
kind of was.
wires. What do you mean?
That was pretty brutal. Oh my God, there were so many. Let's see. Also really bad. Let's see. I would say my last job arguably could have been the worst too, because my career was going like this, but I felt like I had to really hide my personality because I was like, oh, eventually my politics did get out and my boss did become aware of them, and that was ultimately the reason why he wanted me gone. But I felt like I really had to hide who I was. And
that's never good.
And I also just got beaten down to the point where I wasn't taking lunch hours. I was always working late. I was doing so much. I would go like, he was in the hospital for 6 weeks with a crazy leg infection. I went and visited him. I'd like doing so much shit I didn't have to do, like just because I was constantly worried of not doing enough. Yeah, I would be bringing him his mail from the office and like watching him open it in the hospital so he would feel like he wasn't FOMOing. He was one time on so many drugs from like this surgery. He like handed me his bedpan to empty. And I actually did it because I was like kind of a new employee. And I was like, I guess I have to do this or get fired. I guess I am a nurse now. and then when he was out of the hospital, I threw him this like surprise welcome back party. I did so much. And I feel like I kind of like morphed into work wife, and then none of it matters because it's like then you don't get the vaccine and it's like fuck you, you're fired. Like none of it matters. You're so replaceable.
Wow.
So
Jesus.
You
be like, bitch, I'm not vaccinated. I emptied your bed.
I emptied your piss. I saw your dick when you crossed your legs slowly and you were wearing it down.
God.
And you thought nobody saw. Yeah, I saw it all.
From your pissy bed sheets. Okay, like what is wrong with you?
Oh, so many
recorded
times.
that so you could have it against him.
He was like
yeah.
he was old. So many times I'd have to go up to his apartment on the Upper East Side and like hand deliver him stuff. Like he would treat me like a messenger, basically. So many times to call on the weekends, be like, I forgot my travel folder. Like he'd be going to Italy or France or something, and I have to like go just make him a whole new folder. And he wouldn't just go off his phone. He had to have everything printed out, written out. Like he had to have paper confirmations of everything in a folder. And it was just this weird, he had like one foot into understanding technology and another foot in, you should be able to dictate. And then he would just talk, and he'd call me into his office. He'd be like, all right, we're going to do a response to this email. So I'd have to pull up his email, and he would just talk, and I'd have to type it into the email, but then put it back into his draft. Then like a fucking stenographer, cartographer, whatever.
Like
Then I have to
friggin'
put it
thoroughly
back-
modern Lily.
I'd have to put the email back into his drafts so then he could be the one to send it. But all these emails would be like this. He would talk, respond to them, and I have to type the response in and then put it into his drafts.
You would type it on a typewriter, give it to a carrier pigeon,
Yeah.
and the carrier pigeon would fly back around and then
Oh my God.
pack it into a fucking what? This makes absolutely no sense. But and then
It was
because you were
nuts.
too good at that job, he would never promote you or let you get any better.
Oh, there was
because-
nothing to be promoted to. I was there 6 years and never got a raise because they would just be like, blank company doesn't give raises. And then I would ask other people who worked there, and they'd be like, no, I haven't got one either. And then there were some divisions within this media company that did have a union, but that wasn't what I was part of. So,
Is he
but it's also
alive
like, that's my
still?
fault for working somewhere for 6 years where I'm not getting a raise. Like, that's on me. So
I had a really cool job, but at the time I didn't realize how cool it was because I was so depressed and I had a shitty boyfriend. But I worked in Encinitas for this media company called Bass Digital Media. I worked there for like 8 months, and it was right across the street from the beach. I had a 1-hour lunch break, and I could literally walk to the beach and go swimming, come back and do my little media job. We were doing like Facebook advertisements. And then when they let me go, I'll never forget this. They let me go. They gave me a $4,000 severance package, and they still invited me to the company party in Vegas. They let 4 people go.
As a leprechaun or
No, just to go.
Just kidding.
And I was the only one out of the 4 people who got laid off who was like, fuck yeah, I'm going to go to the company Vegas party. I'm going to
I love you.
So I went, and I remember it was because, it's like a Vegas party, and it's like the first time you kind of like chill and relax. I remember I smoked with my boss. Her name was Amanda, and we smoked, and we were smoking this joint together on the balcony. And she was like, where was this, Lila? Like, I basically saying that, wanting to like hire me as this version of myself. I'm like, because I'm relaxed now and you're not up my ass over things. Anyways, like 5 years later, I saw her at an event at the YouTube Spaces. And like once I was starting to do stand up, and she was like, Lila, what are you doing here? And it was such a good moment of like, you fucking fired me. And now look at us 5 years later in the same room, in the same little VIP area. You thought you'd never see me again. Well, here I am.
That's awesome. I love that.
Thanks, guys.
that is great. I sometimes wonder if my old boss has
Is
like
alive?
seen any. Is alive. I do check if he's dead occasionally. But he's probably still alive.
Just like
I
Google
wonder-
search him for an
I wonder
obituary.
if he encounters any of my viral goings on.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
I'm sure he has.
I
Chrissy.
miss her.
Who's
My
gonna empty
son-
my bee now?
I need my folders, Chrissy.
I
Taking your
forgot
pants
my
off at the
folders.
airport.
What is my New York Times password?
You know what though? As shitty as that situation was, I feel like it makes you like so much more appreciative
It
of the
does.
fact that you have had so much success in your career now with stand up, and you get to have your own show and you get to build your own community. And it's like, it's all about perspective, right? So it's like, yes, it fucking sucks to go through that, but my God, doesn't it make all this just feel so much better?
It does. You're so appreciative of it, and like what that's like. Like it really, inspires you to keep working hard because like you could go back to all that tomorrow. So
And Chrissy, you've done such an amazing job, like building your career, connecting all these people. Like basically all my friends that I have had in the last 2 years are some way connected to you. And I'm so grateful. And I feel like, it's really fucking cool what you've done. And the best is yet to come. You're about to be a mom and you're going to be the best mom ever. It's going to be so awesome.
He's going to slide out and you'll strap him to your chest.
Wow.
Oh
my God. That candle behind you is scaring me. I'm like, do not knock that over. It's so close to the edge.
Oh, it's so far away. It's
okay.
It's a lot farther than it looks. Oh my God. Yeah, I agree with this person. Lila has struggled the hardest of everyone on this panel and in the chat. Yeah, and you never complain, Lila. You're goddamn fucking super.
Thanks, guys. Except when I piss myself sometimes.
We all do it.
It happens to the best of us.
It happens.
It happens to Chrissy's boss, and she cleans it up. So
I cleaned it up. Keanu, where can people find you?
No, we're leaving. I'm sad.
Keanu Cast. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Subscribe. Keanu C. Thompson. Just follow me on X and Instagram. I'll be at Three Monkeys this Friday at 8:30. If you're in Manhattan. Violet, I believe not this week, but the next week, you're coming on my program on Wednesday, correct?
Yes. I'm so excited. I'm so happy we got to talk a little first too, because you're hilarious and
Oh no, you're
awesome.
lovely. Oh my gosh, I was so excited. And is your sunburn feeling better? You were talking earlier.
Yes. So
okay, good.
I actually got a chemical peel, or not a chemical peel. I got a microneedle. And then
That's
like
what
2 days
I was
later-
thinking when you said it. It reminded me of Samantha in Sex and the City. Do you remember? If you might be too young for this, but she was like, "I've had something done," and I thought maybe that was the thing. So I'm so glad Violet will be on not this week but the next, and then on Wednesday Ashton is coming on Keanu Cast. So, but I'm live Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Just Keanu C. Thompson, everybody. So
Yay! Good talking to
Violet-
Keanu.
Violet Brandani.
Hello. Goodbye.
Singing the whole time. My God, what a hero! What a superhero you are!
I know, how lovely.
I know. I almost passed out just now. I was like, okay, I'm good.
Same.
It's past my bedtime. I'm just kidding. But you can find me on X at Lil Violet or TikTok at Violet Brandani, Instagram Violet Brandani, OnlyFans Violet Brandani. And I'm planning a content trip in Joshua Tree with a bunch of girls coming up. It's gonna be fun and wild.
Fun.
I love Joshua Tree.
Where is that? Arizona?
California.
It's in, outside of LA. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Has like weird cactuses.
I've seen.
Yeah, we're gonna do like hikes and fun stuff.
That sounds cool. Sounds like it could be sponsored by Lumi deodorant and dude wipes.
Yes, you could use your ass. You could use it while you're hiking.
Dude wipes.
Yeah.
Hi,
Dude
Lila. Oh, the wee Lila Hart. You're such a hard worker, Lila.
Hard worker.
Hard worker.
You guys subscribe to Late Night Lila, even though I haven't streamed on there. Just fucking subscribe to it, please. And just into Lila Hart. And you'll see me. I'll be around. I might show up, break into your house.
You break into our houses? Yes.
I might break into your house and watch you sleep.
And
then wake you up and be like, why haven't you texted me back? Why haven't you subscribed? That's what I'll do. I love it.
She grabs the gusto of life. I love it.
She really does. Please like and subscribe this program. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. I am trying to make it to 100K.
Yes.
Let's get her there.
Let's do that. Throw in money to the baby pool. Venmo Gino Bisconti, date, weight, and time. And if you win, you'll get the baby.
$10.
Yes, just $10. Now, not my weight, the baby's weight. My weight Will not be public info. It's
Have
very
a
scary.
nut cluster, please.
I'm gonna have a nut cluster and go to bed. This was great. What a great show. Wet Spot is tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern on Compound Media. I might be popping on to Kumia's show before that.
Yay, the wet spots.
fun.
I
Thank
wish I was gonna be there. I love your show so much. It
Oh,
was
you
so
did
much
great.
fun.
You did great, Lila.
It was.
Hey, you've
I
all
had
done
fun
it.
too.
I wish we could be on a show together, Violet, at the wet spots.
We
And
should all go on the
Keanu,
wet spot
all of us
together.
together. The wet
That
spots.
would be great. I'm
That'd
about
be
to have a
fun.
wet spot. Okay, I feel like insane. I'm gonna go grunt my way into bed. Thank you guys for watching the SimpCast. We love you so much, and we will see you next time. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.